good. Welcome in everyone. Leaping Larry here. You can call me Comrade Larry. You can just call me Comrade. You are all well today. You know you can type socials into chat and get all my socials. And I always like to remind everyone, it's not just your usual social media fare to be found there, right? Remember, you can come here to Comrade Stalin's, or you can come here to the Juche gang, Socialism in DPRK. This page right here, and Comrade Stalin's. I'll show you Stalin's here. Recommend you all check these social media things out, these Facebook pages, whatever you want to call them. Check it out. A lot of the videos that we watch on here, you can find right here in the video section. And a lot of these are videos that you won't find on YouTube anymore because, of course, if you've been defending DPRK long enough, you know that YouTube likes to take pro DPRK videos and channels down all the fucking time. Go ahead, follow that. Also, coming up real soon, you know how excited I am about this, comrades. When I had Facebook, I was in a lot of those groups. I have since left Facebook in 2020. Did you? See, when I started getting radicalized, or shortly after, I guess, I was on Facebook running like a bunch of these like Che Guevara's guerrilla warfare and a bunch of these other ones. Oh yeah, YouTube is very heavy. I mean, all of the social media are. That's why I gotta laugh whenever you hear these right wingers go on about being canceled. It's like only people on the left get seriously canceled. By the way, as I mentioned on an earlier stream, I happened to tell one of the translators here that I am going to be reading this on stream. This should be available very soon. When it is, there will, as with all our other works that we publish, there will be a free PDF here for it. You'll want to bookmark this. We're thinking by the 8th it will be officially released. Although I know people are getting their copies, like I've seen a couple people get their hard copies sooner. Like if we go on to X here. Have you comrades seen this hard copy yet? It looks so good. Okay, we gotta stop here for a second. I seen a woman's DPRK account got banned because they shared vids of kids singing and it was marked misinformation. Yeah, that was that was like an actual person in DPRK that had like a YouTube channel or whatever. Those are the ones that get taken down the fastest. If someone in DPRK or if DPRK government itself makes a YouTube, it gets taken down so fast. It's unbelievable. Now where the fuck? Has it? No, I didn't. Mark Hamill tried to get everyone to stop tweeting. Oh yeah, did everybody see? Jimmy has explained that the promotion was contractually obligated and was allowed exception to the strike. Yeah, but how about not being a fucking scab in practice? Have you tried that, Jimmy? let's find this hardcover. I don't know if everybody's seen it, and I want you to. Here it is. I knew it wasn't that far. So here's the hardcover here. Yeah, right? Not being a scab, too easy. But Jimmy couldn't he couldn't help himself, right? Jimmy never said no to a promotion, I don't think. The best is the inside of the jacket. Look at that. Isn't it? I always say our graphic designer at Iskra is fucking great. Yeah, that was the translator sharing the copy he got. So I shared it, and as you see, hope you enjoy it. And I just mentioned I'll definitely be reading it on stream or YouTube when I get the chance. And then maybe he'll be joining us. The price, we can get it right here. So, oh, it's on sale right now, 10% off. But so normal price is $16 for this would be the paperback, about $25 for the hardcover. Now, any books that we publish, like at Iskra, we don't make any. We don't make any sort of like a. All it pays for is the production of the book itself. That's all it pays for. And then, of course, like I say, right, with any of these, you can come here and you can get free PDFs of all the works. So yeah, that's why I came to Iskra. I just always stream, every stream, always stream. I gotta remind you, comrades, please follow Iskra Books. We're doing it for you. Yeah, free PDFs are fantastic for study groups and for reading online like we like to do on this channel. Every Tuesday and Thursday, we read theory. Working on a final paper on English on W.E. Du Bois and Booker T. Washington. Finally starting to learn in depth about communism. Nice. Well, welcome, Poster. Bean Old Poster. I just call you Poster. I hope that's okay. Welcome to the channel. Hope you were well today. You're just in time for our Theory Read Thursday. Well, actually, we're gonna get to a couple videos before that. But yeah, today we're reading Red Skin, White Masks. Anytime I'm in between reads, or if it's not, even if it's not Theory Thursday, you can find out what we're actually working through by typing theory. And there you go, it comes up like that. First, we gotta get to our morning cartoons. We have Hedgehog and Squirrel. So, get your cereal. Yes, learning about communism is exactly what this channel is for. As well as, you know, we like to hang out and chat as well. But I think between myself and my chat, if you have any questions or anything like that, let us know. We're not here to debate, but we are here to inform ourselves and anyone who wants to listen along. Alright, let's get our morning cartoons in. Get your cereal, comrades. Or your whatever you like for breakfast. Gather around for some morning tunes.
어린 놈들을 안녕하십니까? 달섬에서 검은 적재비 흉계를 찌푸시고 물망 절의 깃발이까지 사로잡은 정찰병 출달함의 창한 모습을 보았겠죠. 그런데 망코놈이 가져온 저러궁기에선 이제 무슨 소리가 나올까요? 그럼 그 이야기를 잘 들어주십시오.
빨리 롱기를 틀라!
대우성 휴양객들은 춤을 추자! 거야? 지우지였나? 왜 안 나와? 우나수 나 방을 건 이런 게 있었는데.
카카, 저놈들은 오래전부터 우리한테 앙심을 품고 있는 나쁜 놈들입니다.
아니요. 그건 새빨간 거짓말이요. 카카, 저놈은 박물꽃이라고 하는 꽃동산 정찰병입니다. 야, 많고. 넌 왜 가만히 있는 거냐?
There's been a multi
우리도 분명히
episode
저놈이-
long spy mission going on.
야, 연대장과 저놈들 몽땅 체포해서 가둬놓으라.
예.
그래도 난 대장 각하를 위해서 있는 힘껏 다 했었나? 어떻게 하면 우리 정찰조에 닥쳐온 위험을 막을 수 있을까? 무슨 수를 써서라도 줄다라미를 구원해야 한다. 그러자면 지금까지 대장놈을 반대해온
What the heck is the One Piece voyage?
대장놈을 건드려야 한다.
Should I be ashamed that I don't know what that means, Falcon?
이 자료들을 보면 대장놈이 그놈들을 가만두지 않을
I
것이다.
feel like it should be.
카카, 저놈들은 오래전부터 우리한테 앙심을 품고 있던 나쁜 놈들입니다. 나쁜 놈들입니다.
그 새빨간 거짓말이요. 저놈은 박물꽃이라고 하는 꽃동산 정찰병이요.
도대체 어느 놈이 진짜 나쁜 놈인가? 두더지 포연대장이 정말 꽃동산 정찰병이란 말인가? 검은 쪽제비 저놈은 과연 어떤 놈인가? 어느 놈을 믿어야 하는가?
아이고 내 신세야. 섬에서 연대장 놈을 만났을 때 죽여야 하는 건데 괜히 살려가지고 우리가.
방을 꽂힌 지금 물망초가 피는 줄 알았더니 검은 족제비님은 가만히 있어.
내가 뭐 고무 쪽집이요.
이거 웃을 수가 없어. 하다못해 꽃동산에 박아놓은 독가시망이라가.
눈앞에 있는 꽃동산 정찰병도 못 보는 몸통 우리 대장이 그래 보이지도 않은 독가시망을 믿고 우리 살려.
It's as of Sunday, 1071 episode series ongoing about MLs, anarchists, the MIC, and world government hegemony warring. You don't fully begin to grasp that till like the 300s.
저놈들을 검토도 할 겸 꽃동산에 들여보내자. 그동안 연대장은 따로
One Piece Voyage is a new social media challenge in which you see how far you can travel while dressed in only a single piece of clothing. Down for both of these.
특별
Where
보장 아닌가?
do we
이
sign up
자료를
again?
보십시오.
자료? 음?
I'm totally down for both of these things.
문건에도 있는 것처럼 그놈들은 돌산대장 때부터 각하를 노리고 가진 음모를 다 꾸며온 매우 위험한 놈들입니다.
그렇다. 특별 보좌관은 검은 쪽제비를 믿지 않는단 말이지. 좋다. 연대장만 내놓고 나머지 놈들은 사형장으로 끌어내라.
알았습니다.
1071 episodes. That would take a while to get through, huh?
자기 편은 죽이고 독사를 옆에 끼고
Maybe
있는
that'll be our after Squirrel and Hedgehog watch. Let's see. We'll see.
이게 다 불망초 너 때문이지.
불망쳐 너? 야, 여기 다 죽게 됐다고 형님을 보고 또야.
형을 무슨 말라봐지 형님이야.
Oh god, we got anime. I think this is anime discourse, right? Welcome, by the way, Stasis.
연대장 함께 가자고. 그동안 저놈들
Sounds
때문에
like
수고가
anime
많았는데
discourse.
오늘 내 한턱 내지.
고맙습니다, 대장 각하.
The only anime I've ever
많이들
watched,
들라고. 그리고
was,
연대장은 사람
well,
몸도 추세를
Dragon Ball,
외진 섬에 있는 내 별장에
the
가서
original More Than Z.
괜찮습니다.
아니 꽃동산 놈들과 싸워 이자면 뭐니 해도 몸이 튼튼해야 돼. 가서 푹 휴식하도록 하라.
And some of that Karl Marx one.
특별
We're just thinking of doing after this.
연대장을 마음껏 기쁘게 해주라. 난 가봐야겠다. 이제 늙어서 오래 앉아있기가 몹시 힘들군.
자, 승리를 축하해서 금세가 출발한다. 그런데 대장놈이 왜 날 빼돌리려고 할까?
그거야 늘 생각해서.
빨리 내려. 쟤 이거 거미알을 먹었나? 왜 어지러지해서 그래?
일이 끝나면 정말 집으로 보내주겠죠.
보내주지 않고. 커커.
윈드도제야.
예, 유명한 분장사 입죠. 적재비를 수달로 둘지를 청소로 저건 분장에서 당할 자가 없는 대장각하의 명령으로 초청해오는 중입니다.
대장의 명령으로?
갑자기 분장사는 왜 데려오라고 하는가?
예, 앞으로 꽃동산을 치자면 변장을 잘하는 놈이 필요하다는 겠죠.
그렇단 말이지. 어서 가봐.
알았습니다.
마치 산에서 깨어날 시간이 됐습니다.
I never watched All the Leader, but I think that would be a good one for the channel. Dorian, yes.
여기가요? 형님, 여기가 지옥이라는 데인가요? 글쎄. 에게게, 지옥에 물까지 다 있고. 전기불도 다 있고.
Using tanky as a pejorative is the quickest way to get banned in here.
조심히 왔구나. 도산 대장도 어디 있겠는데?
대장님, 이게 어찌된 일입니까? 예.
검은 쪽제비 정신 차려.
Yeah.
꽃동산과 한편이 아니라.
See ya.
저를 믿어주십시오.
믿어달라? 그럼 너희들의 손을 한번 펴봐. 어서. 보아라, 너희들한테 무엇이 있는가 빈털털이지. 그래, 내가 뭘 가지고 너희들을 믿겠는가? 내가 믿을 만한 공을 하나 세워야지.
카카, 무엇이 오됩니까?
넌 꽃동산에 독가심을 가지고 있다지?
예, 그건
좋아, 내 멋진 걸 보여주지. 날 따라오라.
이렇게 나와다니고
Love it.
있겠니? 나 혼자서도 갈 수 있는데. 자, 이제라도 돌아가 봐.
걱정 마. 아무리 방울꽃 종찰전을 노리는 놈들을 다 없애버렸는데 이쯤한 시간이야 못 내겠니?
Looks like we're actually not getting a cliffhanger this time. Thank God. Love the music.
바다처럼 깊은 그정 세련의 무게로에 새교시 흐름의 좌우 길이 나무리
Uh-oh. Maybe scratch that no cliffhanger ending.
쪽제비들은 길 안내만 잘해주면 땅이면 땅, 바다면 바다. 그 어디든 뚫고 들어가 기어이 목표를 없애버리고야만은 잘 훈련된 특공대야.
발견.
어떤가? 저 특공대원들
Fucking
데리고
weasels.
내가 주는 임무를 수행하고 싶은 생각이 없는가? 그 임무만 잘 수행하면 난 두더지 표연대장이 아니라 널 믿겠다. 믿을 뿐 아니라 우리 부대의 특무대장으로 임명하겠다.
네놈이 날 검토해 보려고? 할 수 없지. 우선 대장놈이 날 믿게 해야 한다. 그 다음엔 카카 임무를 주십시오. 내 기어이 해내고야 말겠습니다.
나도 가겠습니다. 나도요.
너희들은 나가봐. 검은 쪽제비, 우리 꽃동산의 기지들을 하나라도 없애야 한다. 그러니 내가 먼저 특공대를 데리고 들어가 이 레이다망을 타격하여 깜쪽같이 날려보내야겠다. 그것만 없으면 꽃동산은 앞을 못 보는 소경과 다름없지.
알겠습니다.
자, 검은 쪽제비님 다 됐습니다요.
수다리라 비슷해.
자, 이거 애기 파리가 이렇게 곱게 생긴 발죽이 토끼가 되다니.
동네 모여. 물망초 외기팔이 너희들은 이제부터 특공대다.
애기파리가 특공대라?
물망초만 남고 모두 방에서 나가.
Falcon, I've been thinking the exact same thing. Crazy how a few Anglos decided to lie against me and a couple of, and at least one of my other First Nations comrades, and now I'm getting more harassed from unhinged right wingers than ever before. Wonder if there's any sort of correlation.
임무를 수행해야겠다.
Gotta be coincidence.
만나 특공대의 기란회를 준비해야겠다.
The only explanation.
전에 저 두더지를 없애라. 이건 대장의 명령이다.
두더지를요?
그래. 우리에 대해서는 그 누구도 몰라야 한다. 알겠는가?
저 꽃동산 정찰병 놈들은 일 없을까요?
그건 걱정 마라. 그놈들은 우리가 사형장에서 다 죽은 줄로만 알고 있으니까.
검은 쪽제비, 준비가 다 됐는가?
예.
그 트렁크를 가지고 곧 떠나라. 토끼동산에서 꽃동산으로 가는 열차를 타자면 서둘러야 한다.
나비탄이라.
And notice the person who came in wasn't even attacking from like, you know, even it seemed like a ultra leftist attack, like because it was like tanky. Well, I don't know. Seemed like a quote unquote libertarian left attack, if I was to guess.
남았는데 하려고 내 거가 신통한 걸. 하긴 이제 내 거지.
Usually you don't hear liberals saying tanky so much. Oh my god. Jesus Christ.
이젠 빨리 꽃동산으로. 어디서 봤더라?
Okay, Valkyrie.
그 분장사 두더지인데. 두더지, 정신 차려. 정신 차려. 안경쟁이 둘지네 놈들이. 안경쟁이 둘지? 야, 그놈이 지금 어디 있어? 어?
Get him. Get him. What the hell's he doing?
바람이? 저놈이? 여기서 뭐라는가? 특별보좌관 네놈이? 아이고 내 가면이 불을 망쳐? 저놈이 어떻게 저놈이 날 알아봤구나. 이거는 죽었다.
I get a good quote that's kind of like that, Falcon.
그렇지. 저놈을 따라오느라
얼굴이로.
Yeah, right after this video, I got a quote that's just like what you just said there.
아이고 내 꼬리, 아이고 내 꼬리, 아이고.
얘라, 이놈이 어떻게 살아났어? 어떻게? 얘라!
모른다, 몰라.
모른다. 솥을 쓸 때까지 말하지 않으면 이놈을 아예 물속에 쳐놓고 말 테다. 하나, 둘, 셋.
쪽제비 대장님이 우리와 특공대를 꽃동산에 보내서.
어머, 꽃동산의 특공대는 얘들이 보내는 거.
그 이상 난또 모르.
쪽제비 대장님 이놈이 우리 꽃동산에.
Oh my god. Took his tail right the fuck off.
내 꼬리가 이렇게 끊어지다니.
That might not be all you're losing.
이 교활한 문속이다! 우리 방울꽃 정찰적을 쓰면서 몬스놈들이 꽃동산에 들어가게 하다니. 꽃동산으로 들어가는 특공대 놈들을 없애자면 이놈을 죽여서는 안 된다.
Bunch of weasels on the
That's right.
train.
쪽제비 대장님이 꽃동산으로 특공대를 들여보냈음. 체포한 물망초를 보내니 이놈을 이용해서 특공대를 사로잡기 바람. 방울꽃.
야, 꽃동산에 나왔다. 행동을 시작하자.
Oh. Guess so much for the non-cliffhanger ending. Looks like we got weasels entering into Flower Hill. That's never good. Here's that quote I was thinking of, Red Falcon. Libertarianism is like an invisible moth, gnawing away at the people's political integrity. Love that one. Alright, we got a couple short videos
To
that I
say
wanted
that
to
socialism doesn't work is to overlook the fact that it did work, and it worked for hundreds of millions of people.
I would have been friends with Stalin.
Yeah, I got two short videos I wanted to see.
La Russie est une famille aussi pour l'Afrique. C'est une famille parce que nous avons la même histoire. La Russie a consenti d'énormes sacrifices pour libérer le monde du nazisme pendant la Seconde Guerre mondiale. Les peuples africains, nos grands-pères, ont été déportés de force aussi pour aider l'Europe à se débarrasser du nazisme. Nous partageons la même histoire en ce sens que nous sommes les peuples oubliés du monde. Qu'ils soient dans les livres d'histoire, dans les documentaires ou films, on tend donc à balayer le rôle prépondérant qu'a joué la Russie et de l'Afrique dans cette lutte contre le nazisme. Pour ce qui concerne le Burkina Faso, aujourd'hui nous sommes confrontés depuis plus de 8 ans à la forme de manifestation la plus barbare, la plus violente du néocolonialisme, de l'impérialisme. L'esclavage qu'on tend encore à nous imposer. Nos dévanciers nous ont bien appris une chose. L'esclave qui n'est pas capable d'assumer sa révolte ne mérite pas que l'on s'apitoie sur son sort. Nous ne nous apitoyons pas sur nos sorts, on ne demande pas que quelqu'un s'apitoie sur notre sort. Le peuple burkinabé a décidé de lutter contre l'île terroriste en mesure de relancer son développement. Dans cette lutte, des vaillants peuples, des vaillantes populations se sont engagées à prendre les armes face au terrorisme, ceux que nous avons affectueusement appelés les VDP, des volontaires. Nous sommes surpris de voir les impérialistes traiter ces VDP de milices et de tout type. C'est décevant, parce qu'en Europe, lorsque des peuples prennent les armes pour défendre leur patrie, on les traite de patriotes. Mais là n'est pas le problème. Ce qui est le problème, c'est de voir des chefs d'État africains qui n'apportent rien à ces peuples qui se battent, mais qui chantent la même chose que les impérialistes en nous traitant de milices, en nous traitant donc d'hommes qui ne respectent pas les droits de l'homme. De quels droits de l'homme parle-t-on? Nous nous offusquons contre cela et c'est honteux. Il faut que nous, chefs d'État africains, nous arrêtons de nous comporter donc en marionnettes qui dansent à chaque fois que les impérialistes tirent sur les ficelles. Hier, le président Vladimir Poutine a annoncé donc l'envoi de céréales en Afrique. Nous sommes bien contents. Nous lui disons merci pour cela. Mais aussi, c'est un message passé à nous, chefs d'État africains, parce qu'au prochain forum, nous ne devrons pas venir ici
Good
sans
morning,
avoir assuré
Envy.
pour ceux
It is all
qui ne
well
connaissent
here.
pas la
Hope
guerre,
you are well today.
l'autosuffisance alimentaire de nos peuples.
Welcome in.
Nous devons prendre l'expérience de ceux qui ont pu déjà atteindre cela en Afrique, tisser de bonnes relations ici et tisser de meilleures relations avec la Fédération de Russie pour pouvoir assouvir les besoins de nos populations. Gloire à nos peuples, dignité à nos peuples, victoire à nos peuples. La patrie ou la mort, nous vaincrons. Merci, camarades.
Look, guys, I have something to confess. I could not have grown and scaled my restoration business
Imperialists
in
do
less
get
than
so
7
mad when people... One thing imperialists don't like is colonized people standing up, right? It's like the one chant. Do we have to hear the summer bop again? I feel like we need to hear the summer bop again, right? The one that they're all getting mad at right now.
Shoot to kill. Yamaza. Kill the poor. The farmer. Kill the poor. The farmer. Brr, pa. Pa. Brr, pa. Pa. Attention.
They're all mad at this one now, of course. The best part is how Elon even tweets about it. They are openly pushing for genocide of white people in South Africa. And Melma responds, "You're talking shit." Love it. Alright, one last video. And then we got a song. And then we will begin our reads, comrade. Or rather, our read, singular. No, Elon, they're gonna push the colonizers into the sea. If only. I'm waiting for that one.
The EU's top official, Ursula von der Leyen, has fanned the flames of rising tensions in the Asian-Pacific region by saying at a forum in the Philippines that China and Russia are on a destructive political course.
China's show of military force in the South and East China Sea and in the Taiwan Strait directly affects Philippines and other partners in the region, but it could also have global repercussions. Because any weakening of regional stability in Asia, the fastest growing region in the world, affects global security, the free flow of trade.
Excuse
and
me?
our
Wait.
own of regional stability in Asia, global repercussions. Because any weakening of regional stability in Asia
What do they mean by regional stability, chat? Let's see some speculation, please. I want everybody to give me your definition of regional stability according to these colonizers, please.
The fastest growing region in the world affects global security, the free flow of trade, and our own interests in the region. So whether we talk about Ukraine or about the South China Sea, our security is connected. With the Philippines, we are deepening our security partnership, particularly on maritime security and on cyber cooperation. And we want to do more. Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot choose our neighbors, but we can choose who to do business with and on what terms.
The EU has been trying to reduce its own reliance on China as a trading partner, and the bloc has been seeking to pressure the Philippines to do the same. Adding a carrot to the stick, von der Leyen proposed that the EU could make big investments into the Philippines economy to transition to greener energy solutions and move away from imports of Chinese commodities. She even suggested a possibility of resuming negotiations for a potential free trade agreement between the EU and the Philippines after the talks were halted more than half a decade ago. Von der Leyen's visit came amid acute regional tensions as Beijing and Manila have been engaged in a territorial dispute over islands in the South China Sea. The Philippines is one of a few countries in the Asia-Pacific that maintains close relations with Western powers. Recently, it hosted large-scale military exercises with the U.S. Navy. China has harshly criticized that partnership, saying the U.S. has been overextending its reach to the detriment of the Asia-Pacific region. To discuss this story further, let's cross live now to RT contributor Carl Zhao. Carl, this is a really interesting one, isn't it? I mean, what do you make of von der Leyen's speech? I mean, what's this aim of extending Brussels' reach as far away as the Philippines?
Well, we all know von der Leyen does not represent the interest of average Europeans. I mean, she's not elected. She is a Washington's woman in Europe. And if we look at what her claim is, she said EU needs to send warship into South China Sea to guard the vital sea lane. It's true, South China Sea is a very busy sea lane for international commerce. But what she does not tell you is that 80% of that sea traffic is going to and from China. So exactly what is EU sending warship to South China Sea to protect? Are they protecting the ships sending iPhones and laptops from Chinese port to Europe? Or are they there to protect the BMWs and Mercedes that's been exported to China? It's exactly ridiculous as it sounds. And of course, she's really doing this at US prompt. And also, she claims that Europe can extend carrots to the Philippines. So let's look at some numbers. EU trade with the Philippines in 2022 was about 16 billion euros. That's about 17.6 billion USD. China-Philippine trade, on the other hand, last year is worth about 87.7 billion. So it's not even close. I mean, there's no way Europe can make up the shortfall if the Philippines were to cut trade with China. It's just ridiculous.
Right, GMO.
And it's strange how she kind of said, cut ties with China, do business with us, and, we'll help you transition to green energy. It's kind of almost sort of making fun of the Philippines. But will the Philippines, I mean, we know the Philippines is warmer to the West. Are they likely to take heed or likely to pay any attention to what Ursula had to say?
Well, like I said, at the end of the day, like the Jerry Maguire movie says, show me the money. Where is the money? How is EU going to put the money where its mouth is? Like I said, there's no way Europe can make up for the shortfall in the China-Philippine trade. And speaking of green energy, guess who is a world leader in renewable energy right now? It's China. the vast majority of the renewable power generation that's being put out right now it's from China. So EU has very little to offer.
Carl, you know, we've had obviously some, you said, well, Ursula von der Leyen is Washington's sort of man, if you like, in Europe. We've had people from the US in that region also. Are we likely to hear or see a reaction from China, especially regarding von der Leyen's so-called tactless speech?
Well, I don't even know if EU is on China's radar when it comes to South China Sea. I mean, U.S. definitely presents a clear and present danger in China's neighborhood. But what can EU do? You know, what warship do they have to send to South China Sea? What are we talking about here? I mean, right now there's just a lot of rhetorics, and von der Leyen is great for that. She is great for making speeches, doing photo ops. But at the end of the day, nobody knows what von der Leyen does. I mean, I like to be that management consultant guy from the movie Office Space and just ask von der Leyen, excuse me, madam, exactly what do you do? I think all the European voters should ask that question too.
Yeah, it's very interesting. RT contributor Carl Jha, as always, a pleasure talking to you. Thanks for joining me today.
All right, we got one more song. Welcome 2023. Oh, nice. Thank you, NTZ. And maybe thank you for the second thing. Yeah, that's kind of why I said we'll see. Getting close. Some sort of writer probably, too. Yeah, definitely probably have to be some sort of writer. Yeah, by the way, we have 15 days left, and we're at 74% of the getting over it challenge, which is the getting Leaping Larry over it. which means force me to play this game for 2 hours straight. If my community can get me to 100,000 by the
this
end of
horrible
15
hike
days.
up an impossible mountain. I could have made something you would have liked. A game that was empowering, that would save your progress and inch you steadily forward. Since success is delicious, that would have been wise. Instead, I must confess, this isn't nice. It tastes of bitterness. It's capricious. It sets setbacks for the ambitious. It lacks lenience. It's bracing, inhumane. But not everyone's the same. I created this game for a certain kind of person. To hurt them.
Oh, they said they came to Falcon. They said they came to what was it? Make fun of tankies or something, but they'll gladly pick apart somebody who likes that anime. Was it? Damn, now we're at 79% of the way. Yeah, if community gets me to 100,000 by the end of the 15 days, I'll have to play this for 2 hours. And if you notice, I have crowd control on my channel. I'll even activate crowd control in it, so that you comrades can then come in with your labor vouchers and actually affect the gameplay directly with the labor vouchers. So it's that with a whole nother layer of pain on top of it that you get to inflict. Come on now. I know you want that. Alright, and then on Monday, don't forget, this is our... the contributions are just rolling in for that getting over it challenge now. Alright, and then don't forget on Monday, we are watching this here. I'm considering it, Falcon. It would have to be after the leader. But you have me very much intrigued about it. So this is next Monday. It's 2020, I think, Valkyrie. Something like that, 2019 maybe. Have to look it up again.
땅속에서나 하늘을 날아보겠다고?
누워서 지내두면 제 얼굴에 떨어진다는 걸 알아요.
2012. Jesus. That's how you know you're old, when time is going that fast. You won't want to miss that on Monday. You saw that, right? That looks like a refreshing change of pace for a movie. You know what I'm saying?
Trying to judge the J-Rock, you know what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? But I ain't shook, because motherfuckers try to take me out and stuff, but they can't, right? Know what I'm saying?
You're saying know what I'm saying too many times. 80 or 90 times? That's too many times. Once or twice is cool, but 80 or 90 times, man?
What are you, from the department of know what I'm saying? You taking the know what I'm census? You counting my know what I'm saying?
Alright. Well, I think we might as well get to a little bit of a read here.
Long live the People's Revolution!
Exactly, Zoop. We are on chapter 2 of this read. Alright, there you go. It is pinned. Alright. For the land, the Dene nations struggle for self-determination. Need a sound alert for movie snacks. Chips. Yeah, there's another one. It's like chips or pepperoni. Yeah. I'll find something. I will find something. Don't worry. Well, or, of course, if you find something, you can leave it in the Discord. And if you aren't already a member of our Discord community, we have, like, one of the best Discord communities there is. Red Star Vanguard. We're a multi-streamer, multi-gaming, communist Discord server. Come join in. When you join up, you'll have to answer a few questions we ask, just so we know you actually type. And then, finally, if you let them know that you're from my stream, I can add you to my tag so that I can let you know when I'm going live or have a certain announcement to make. And you can go on my channel and give me suggestions for movies to watch, other things to watch, or whatever the heck else you want to tell me. I just got a comic quote that someone redeemed here for 300. I will, of course, always read you one of these quotes that I make. I love this one. Marx not only provided the working class and other working people with a weapon for their liberation struggle at the dawn of the proletarian revolution, but also paved the way for it by personally taking part in the revolutionary struggle. Comrade Kim Jong-il. You guys have me very interested in this whole One Piece thing. Parks? How did Parks personally take part? He helped. He helped to organize the first Communist International. He participated in labor parties. He helped. He was Marx wasn't just a theorist. He was an organizer. Like a big part of that's like a big part of like why what Marxism is like integrating theory with practice. Yeah, that's why it's so. I mean, Zoop. This is why it's so silly when like right wingers try to claim that he was like lazy or didn't do anything or anything. Hayeki Alfred. For 30 years, our nations have been co opted into movements of self government, quote unquote, and land claim settlements, quote unquote, which are goals defined by the colonial state and which are in stark opposition to our original objectives. Our people were promised that they would be recognized as nations, that their land would be returned. But instead of realizing these goals, we're left with the nasty case of metasizing governmentalism. And Dene Nation, 1977, to encourage cultural diversity requires not the separation of culture and politics, but their marriage, and to instill on that separation is to destroy or attempt to destroy culture. As suggested in my introduction to Chapter 1, one of the problems most commonly associated with the politics of recognition has to do with the ways in which it has, at times, shown to be insufficiently informed by, quote, sociological understanding of power relations, unquote. For self-proclaimed historical materialists, critics Francis Woodinson and Albert Howard, conflict at the heart of those power relations, if faced by a liberal recognition paradigm, primarily economic in origin. This conflict, quote unquote, Widowson and Howard write, is elaborated in all of Marx's writings, and exists between the few who own the means of production and those who are the producers of all value, unquote. Elsewhere, Widowson and Howard make the absurdly reductionist claim that insofar as politics of recognition, quote, encourages the native population to identify in terms of ethnicity instead of socioeconomic class, unquote, it must be discarded as inherently divisive and reactionary. Does this sound familiar to anybody? The authors then go on to tritely conclude that it is only by, quote, eliminating this fundamental difference, namely class difference, that we can become a global tribe and the world can live as one, unquote. In this chapter, I examine further the left materialist critique of identity difference politics in light of the Danish nation struggle for recognition and self-determination in the 1970s and early 1980s. Doing so, I suggest that insofar as the identity-related claims of indigenous peoples for recognition are always bound up with demands for a more equitable distribution of land, political power, and economic resources, the left materialist concern regarding the effacement of political economy by questions of cultural recognition is misguided when applied to settler state contexts. Indeed, following Ian Angus, I argued that in contexts where culture, quote unquote, is understood as a, quote, inclusive anthropological sense, end quote, to encompass both ideology and material conditions, the sharp distinction between base and superstructure that underwrites the left materialist position appears, quote, rather useless as a starting point, social philosophy, political criticism, unquote. However, if one takes a modified version of the left's materialist challenge and instead examines the relationship between indigenous recognition claims and the distinction made by Nancy Fraser between transformative and affirmative forms of redistribution, the criticism begins to hold more weight. Recall the transformative models of redistribution are those that seek to correct unjust distributions of power and resources at their source. That is, they not only seek to alter the content of current modes of domination and exploitation, but also the forms that give rise to them. As we shall see below, the last 30 years we have witnessed a gradual erosion of this radical imaginary within the mainstream Dene recognition and self-determination movement, which in the context of land claims and economic development has resulted in significant decoupling of indigenous cultural claims from the transformative visions of social, political, and economic change that once constituted them. The purpose of this chapter is to elucidate in concrete terms how and why this has emerged as the case. The argument presented below is broken into 4 sections, and a conclusion. 4 sections I examine the process of primitive accumulation as experienced by the Dene people, Northwest Territories, Canada. These sections are meant to illuminate in more practical terms the theoretical discussion I provided in the introduction, Chapter 1. More specifically, in the first section, I examine the changing social, political, and economic context within and against which the Dene self-determination movement emerged in the 70s and 80s. In the second section, I examine the place-based cultural foundation undergirding the Dene nation's critique of capitalist imperialism is expressed in the public hearings of the Mackenzie Valley Pipeline Inquiry between 1975 and 1977. I call this place-based foundation grounded normality. In the next two sections, I show how a similar critique came to inform our demand for cultural recognition in the Dene Declaration of 1975, as well as the three subsequent land claims proposals submitted by the Dene Nation to the federal government in 1976, 1977, and 1981. I argue that all four of these articulations of recognition were informed by a place-based ethics that fundamentally challenged the assumed legitimacy of colonial sovereignty over the and capitalist social relations on Dene territory. And finally, in my conclusion, I examine some of the effects that the negotiation of land claims has had on this place-based ethics, and how these effects have in turn shaped the contemporary trajectory of Indigenous politics in northern Canada towards neo-colonial ends. Although the last century has witnessed numerous attempts by the state to coercively integrate our land and communities into the fold of capitalist modernity, it was not until the negotiation of land claim settlements in the 1970s and 1980s this process began to significantly take hold. In this respect, it would appear, as my reading of Fannin suggests, that the process of primitive accumulation has been at least in part facilitated by the mechanism of recognition that we hoped might shield our land and communities from it, the negotiation of a land settlement. Brief history of Deneda. According to our oral historical accounts, the Dene have occupied and governed themselves over the lands within and immediately surrounding what is now the Northwest Territories, Canada, since time immemorial. Comrade Lennon Smash, welcome in. Hope you're well today, comrade. We are just reading some more Redskin White Mask. Slept in, did ya? Nothing wrong with that. Technically. Of course, if you don't follow Lennon Smash and you follow this channel somehow, you should follow Lennon Smash as well. Welcome in, comrade. During the period under examination here, it was not uncommon for a Dene to refer to this vast homeland as Deneda, or a land of the people, which traditionally covered an area that spans over 1 million square kilometers, from the mouth of the Mackenzie River, or Dekau as the Dene call it, southward of the northern tip of the provinces, and east to Hudson Bay. Today, however, the word Deneda has come to represent much of the geographical area known as the present Northwest Territories, excluding, of course, the Inviolate territory in the far north, thus distinguishing it from Nunavut, which in 1999 was established as a publicly governed territory of the Inuit. Hey Valkyrie, thanks for joining, comrade. Non-native accounts derived from recent archaeological and linguistic evidence, while imprecise and controversial, suggest that the first direct ascenders of the Dene migrated to our present location between 2,000 and 3,000 years ago, although unspecified human population is thought to have occurred well before this time, anywhere between 10 and 20 to 8,000 years ago. There are currently 5 Dene regions that fall within the political boundaries of the present Northwest Territory. The northernmost region is occupied by the Gwich'in Dene, whose comprehensive land claim area settled in 1992 borders the southernmost boundary of the invaluate land claim area settled 8 years before then. Immediately to the south of the Gwich'in lie the territories of Sati Dene, comprising of the Hare, Mountain, and Bear Lake people, whose lands stretch west and north of Great Bear Lake, which in their own language is referred to as Satu. In conjunction with the Métis of the region, the Satu Dene settled their comprehensive land claims in 1993. Just south of Satu claim area, the Deco region, occupied by Slavi-speaking Dene. Although their land claim has yet to be settled. Deco territory extends south beyond the Mackenzie River to the Northwest Territories Alberta, British Columbia borders. Just north and to the west of the Deco region are the territories of Tilcho Dene. Tilicho land extends up the Great Slave Lake, or Tindi Tuco as the Dene refer to it, to the Northwest Territory Nunavut border. The Tilicho are the most recent Dene group to settle their land claim dispute, which in 2003 became law and includes the first Aboriginal self-government agreement in the Northwest Territories. And finally, just south of Tilicho territory, the Akacho region, occupied by Willade, or Yellowknives, and Chippewan Dene. This region is my home territory and extends south of Great Slave Lake to Northwest Territories, Alberta, Saskatchewan borders, and east to Nunavut. Unlike the other regions noted above, in 1999, our communities decided to pursue our land grievances, which have yet to be settled, via the specific claims process through Treaty Land Entitlement, or TLE, instead of the comprehensive claims route. Although vastly separated in terms of geography, all the Dene Nation occupying these regions speak related dialects of Northern Athapascan language family, and historically they shared many similarities in terms of spiritual beliefs, legal orders, forms of government, and economic system. In the 1950s and 60s, witnessed several profound changes in the economic and political landscape of Deneda, all of which would come to shape the character of Dene activism in the decades to follow. During this period, many Dene individuals found themselves having to escalate their involvement in the cash economy of the emerging settler society due to an increase in the cost of trade goods and a decrease in the price of furs following World War II. As a result, by 1950s, many families had to supplement income derived from hunting, trapping, and fishing with a combination of paid labor, welfare, and family allowance. Assuming that the fur trade would never recover from the post-war recession, the federal government began to initiate policies aimed at forcibly establishing permanent Dene communities, arguing that this would better facilitate the integration of adult workers into the wage economy, and at the same time provide a context conducive to educating Native children the skills required for attaining menial employment in the emerging capitalist economy. Arf. Even with this being the case, by the late 1960s, the full effects of primitive accumulation had yet to take hold, as a delicate balance was struck between the mode of life sustained by traditional land-based harvesting activities on the one hand, and income generated from state transfers and seasonal paid employment on the other. The fragile quote-unquote articulation struck in the 1950s and 60s between these two distinct ways of life, that of extractivist capitalism and indigenous hunting, fishing, harvesting, was largely absent in the political sphere. However, where northern development was occurring in far more asymmetrical manner. The clearest example of this came in 1967. Canada announced its plans to transfer the administrative center of the Northwest Territories from Ottawa to Yellowknife, without consulting the majority native population. Before this, the sole political authority over issues concerning the Northwest Territories rested with the federal government in Ottawa. After the transfer, the seas and power of both the government of the Northwest Territories and its non-native constituency increased dramatically. Between 1967 and 79, for example, the GNWT grew from 75 to 2,845 employees, roughly 400 more than the number of federal employees employed in the region. During the same period, the operation and capital budgets of the GNWT rose from $14,584,000 to $282 million, a near 20-fold increase. Not surprisingly, the influx of administrative staff and families significantly affected the area's general population, which jumped from roughly 29,000 to 35,000 between 1966 and 71. The above numbers indicate a significant percentage of this increase can be attributed to the newly formed northern bureaucracy. As the settler population continued to grow, many of the newcomers began to pressure the federal government to advance northern economic initiatives, most notably in the form of non-renewable resource development. As one might expect, all of this would generate feelings of discontent and alienation within and among our communities, as we soon found ourselves becoming a numerical minority in our own homeland, with little influence over issues pertained to the well-being of our land and way of life. As the Dene Nation explained in 1984, quote, "Although we remain the majority population in Denede after 1967, we were finding ourselves to have less say in the administration and laws of our land. Every year, more mines were discovered and opened, roads were built, parks proposed, oil and gas wells drilled, without our consent or often our knowledge." Unquote. From the position of the minority non-native population, however, the devolution of powers from Ottawa to Yellowknife seemed to reflect an attempt to foster legitimate and responsible government north of 60 degrees. This was the position advanced, for example, by the Advisory Commission on the Development of Government in the Northwest Territories, also known as the Carthur's Commission. In 1965, the federal government established the Commission to investigate local preferences for political development in the Northwest Territories, including the possibility of splitting the district into two geographical regions. Over the following year, the Commission documented the testimony of 3,039 residents in 51 communities across the region. In 1966, the Commission published its findings, which suggested that Canada keep the Northwest Territories intact, but locate the government of territories within the territories, to decentralize the operations as far as practicable, to transfer administrative functions from the central to the territorial government, in order that the latter may be accountable on site for the administration of the public business, and to concrete the economic development and opportunity for the residents of the North. The following year, Canada responded to the recommendations by establishing Yellowknife as the territorial capital, and by committing two more non-renewable resource developments in the area. Non-coincidentally, as the federal government prepared to establish a territorial bureaucracy in Yellowknife, excitement was mounting over the possibility of future petroleum discoveries off the northern shores of Canada and the United States. As it turned out, the excitement was well founded, and in 1968, a huge reservoir of oil and natural gas was discovered beneath Prudhoe Bay, Alaska. Almost immediately, Canada started fielding plans from a consortium of corporations to construct a multi-billion-dollar pipeline that would transport the gas via the Mackenzie River Valley to markets throughout southern Canada and the United States. As the federal government stated in 1969, quote, "From the first realization of the magnitude of the Prudhoe Bay find, it had been considered likely that gas from the field would find its way to markets in the USA by a pipeline through Canada," unquote. At the same time, the estimated cost of the Mackenzie Valley pipeline would have established it as the largest private sector development project in the history of Canada, and quite possibly the world. Unfortunately for the Dene, Inuit, and Métis of the area, the proposed right-of-way for the pipeline, along with massive infrastructure of roads, airstrips, camps, gravel pits, storage sites, stream, river crossings, and gas plants, would cut south across the entire western half of our homeland. All of this meant little to the federal and territorial governments, both of which would at the time maintain their tradition of ignoring native demands in the north. Although the majority of Dene, Inuit, and Métis overwhelmingly suggested the idea of the imposed pipeline development from the outset, these communities were not initially provided with a means to formally voice their opposition. As Edgar Dosman put it, at the time, quote, "No channels existed for the articulation of native concerns. They had no way of knowing what was going on, or what decisions had already been taken. Yet, pipeline and resource decisions would change and probably destroy their traditions and way of life," end quote. The federal government's ability to completely ignore the voices of North's indigenous population would soon suffer a major setback, however. In 1969, when 16 Dene chiefs convened at Fort Smith under the sponsorship of the Department of Indian Affairs and Northern Development, it was decided that the Dene needed a more independent and aggressive political body to represent their community's concerns. It was at this meeting that leadership established the Indian Brotherhood of the Northwest Territories, or IBNWT, renamed the Dene Nation in 1978. The Inuvialuit followed suit and established the Committee for Original Peoples Entitlement, or COPE, in 1970. In 1971, the Inuit Paparisat of Canada was formed to address the concerns of all Inuit in Canada, including those within the Northwest Territories. And finally, in 1972, the Métis Association of Northwest Territories was set up to represent the interests of the Métis and non-status Dene population. Although each organization differed in its specific concerns and visions regarding the scope of northern development, all three would nonetheless mount a push to defend the interests of indigenous peoples against the vision of economic and political expansion that state and industry began to aggressively impose the previous decade. For the Dene, making such a push would emerge as one of IBNWT's first major orders of business. This culminated in 1973, when Fort Smith Chief Francois Paulette, along with 15 other chiefs represented by the IBNWT, filed a quote-unquote caveat with the Northwest Territories Registrar of Land Titles, claiming a Dene interest in more than 1 million square kilometers of the Northwest Territories. The Crown responded by challenging the Dene right to file the caveat. But later that year, Justice William G. Morrow of the Supreme Court of the Northwest Territories decided that they had, quote, a potentially legitimate case and at least had the right to be heard, unquote. Oh, you don't say. Jesus, that drives me fucking nuts. In the subsequent decision, Justice Morrow ruled in favor of the Dene, good, claiming that the indigenous people, quote unquote, had a definite interest in the land covered by the caveat, and that, quote, they have what is known as Aboriginal rights, unquote. More importantly, however, Morrow concluded that historical evidence suggested that it was unlikely that the Dene had knowingly extinguished their title to the lands covered by the Treaties 8 and 11, which they had negotiated with the Crown in 1900 and 1921, respectively. Although the case was eventually appealed, subsequently thrown out on technicality, questions raised by Justice Morrow regarding the continued existence of Aboriginal title were never challenged at appeal. Two major developments arose in the aftermath of this push of the early 1970s Native activism. First, on August 8, 1973, the month before Justice Morrow rendered his decision in R.E. Paulette, the federal government announced its new comprehensive land claims policy. This announcement, which emerged in the context of heightened Native concerns over the course of Northern industrialization, widespread First Nations resistance to the federal government's 1969 White Paper on Indian Policy, the Supreme Court of Canada's 1973 Calder decision essentially reversed the state's 52-year policy of refusing to address Native land grievances, where questions surrounding the existence of Aboriginal title remained open. Because the Dene had essentially asserted in filing their caveat that they had never extinguished their political rights or legal title to their traditional territories, despite having signed Treaties 8 and 11, Crown proceeded with our claim under its new policy, which was set up to deal with cases, quote, based on the assertion of continuing Aboriginal title to lands and resources, unquote. The thrust of the comprehensive land claims policy, which was reaffirmed in 1981, is to, quote, exchange the claims to undefined Aboriginal rights for a clearly defined package of rights and benefits set out in a settlement agreement, unquote. That's as fucking wild to me that the Crown went to natives that held a common belief that belonged to people and confused and trapped them with legalese. Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's what most of the treaties are, and I mean, this is why some of these, that's why, like, you know, so many of these treaties as they are written are illegitimate, and that's why many of First Nations are fighting against the perceived legitimacy of a lot of these treaties, right? And it's just like I say about the U.S. Constitution type thing. Like, it shows what a reactionary is. You know, a reactionary is someone who wants to stop history, stop progress from happening in whatever field they can, right? And you can see that here with the U.S. It doesn't want to let go of that Constitution from the 1700s, and Canada, the U.S. both hold on to these treaties without considering them in modern context, without a fucking bloody battle, you know? Like, it's always a bloody struggle, and then maybe they'll consider that, yeah, these treaties need to be considered in a different context. It fucking gets me. I tell ya, it really gets me.
Let's go, Smokes. Let's go, Smokes.
The second development was the establishment of the Mackenzie Valley Pipeline Inquiry, also known as the Berger Inquiry. Realizing that it could no longer simply disregard the rights of northern indigenous people, Crown agreed to sponsor a, quote, commission of inquiry, unquote, to investigate the environmental and social impacts potentially imposed by the construction of the Mackenzie Valley Project. Under political pressure from the New Democratic Party, the NDP, the Trudeau administration somewhat reluctantly selected Justice Thomas Berger, an outspoken environmentalist and native rights advocate, to head the investigation. Beginning in the summer of 1975, the Commission traveled across Canada and the North, reporting the statements, opinions, concerns of hundreds of expert witnesses and nearly 1,000 individuals would likely be affected by the proposed project, both native and non-native. After listening to 21 months of testimony, Berger released his 2-volume report, Northern Frontier, Northern Homeland, which recommended that no pipeline ever be built along the northern slope of the Yukon between Prudhoe Bay and the Mackenzie Delta, and that a 10-year moratorium be placed on the construction of the Mackenzie Valley Project itself, which would ideally allow time for environmental and native land claims issues to be resolved. 10 years later, in reflecting on the importance of the Berger Inquiry for highlighting the struggles of Indigenous people, Francis Abel wrote, quote, probably no royal commission or public inquiry has sustained such a large and diverse audience or provoked years after its conclusion such strong emotional responses, unquote. That is not our way. Challenging colonial development. By the mid-1970s, the Dene had developed a radical analysis of colonial development that effectively utilized both the IBNWT and the Berger Inquiry to voice their position. As Peter Usher notes, this analysis amounted to a fundamental, quote, critique of capitalism and industrialization, unquote. At this point, I want to return and further develop a claim I made in my introductory chapter regarding the difference between the normative foundation underwriting indigenous anti-colonialism and anti-capitalism and that which underwrites similar sentiments within the Western radical tradition, most notably that of Marxism. There, I suggest that, when related back to the 2 pillars of Marx's primitive accumulation thesis, dispossession and proletarianization, it would appear that in Canada, the history and experience of the former has structured the political relationship between Indigenous peoples and the state to a greater extent than the latter. I also suggested that the primary experience of dispossession is what also tends to fuel the most common modes of Indigenous resistance to and criticism of the colonial relationship itself. That is, Indigenous struggles against capitalist imperialism are best understood as struggles oriented around the question of land. Struggles not only for land, but also deeply informed by what the land, as a mode of reciprocal relationship, which itself, formed by place-based practices and associated form of knowledge, ought to teach us about living our lives in relation to one another and our surroundings in a respectful, non-dominating, non-exploitative way. The ethical framework provided in these place-based practices and associated forms of knowledge, what I call grounded normativity. In his groundbreaking 1972 text, God is Red, the Lake Lakota philosopher Vine Deloria Jr. argues that one of the most significant differences that exists between Indigenous and Western metaphysics revolves around the central importance of land to Indigenous modes of being, thought in ethics. And that's not metaphysics in the sense you're probably thinking of if you're listening to this as a Marxist-Leninist. When, quote, ideology is divided according to American Indian, Western European traditions, writes Deloria, this fundamental difference is one of the great philosophical importance. American Indians hold their places, as having the highest possible meaning, and all their statements are made with this reference point in mind, unquote. Most Western societies, by contrast, tend to derive meaning from the world in historical developmental terms, thereby placing time as the narrative of central importance. Deloria then goes on to conclude, quote, when one group is concerned with the philosophical problem of space and the other with the philosophical problem of time, then the statements of either group do not make much sense when transferred from one context to the other without the proper consideration of what is taking place, unquote. Oh shit, another contribution to the getting over it. In drawing our attention to the distinction between indigenous place-based and Western time-oriented understandings of the world, Deloria does not simply intend to reiterate the rather obvious observation that most indigenous societies hold a strong attachment to their homelands, but is instead attempting to implicate the position that land occupies as an ontological framework for understanding relationships. Seen in this light, it is a profound misunderstanding to think of land or place as simply some material object of profound importance to indigenous cultures, although it is this too. Instead, it ought to be understood as a field of, quote, relationships of things to each other, unquote. Sit with that for a sec. That was me, just figuring it out. Well, good on you, comrade, for figuring that out. I know the phone is a pain in the ass to use in general. So, I'm impressed, to say the least. Place is a way of knowing, of experiencing, and relating to the world and with others. And sometimes these relational practices and forms of knowledge guide forms of resistance against other rationalizations of the world that threaten to erase or destroy our sense of place. This, I argue, is precisely the understanding of land that grounded our critique of colonialism and capitalism in the 1970s and early 1980s. The Welida dialect of Dogrib, which is my community's language, for example, land, or de, is translated in relational terms as that which encompasses not only land, understood here as material, but also people and animals, rocks and trees, lakes and rivers, and so on. Seen in this light, we are as much a part of the land as any other element. Furthermore, within this system of relations, human beings are not the only constituent believed to embody spirit or agency. Ethically, this means that humans held certain obligations to the land, animals, plants, and lakes, in much the same way that we hold obligations to other people. And if these obligations were met, then the land, animals, plants, and lakes were to reciprocate and meet their obligations to humans, thus ensuring the survival, well-being of all over time. Consider, for example, the following story, told by the late George Blondin, a respected Sautut Dene elder. The tale recounts an experience his brother Edward had while hunting moose. Quote, Edward was hunting near a small river when he heard a raven croaking, far off to his left. Ravens can't kill animals themselves, so they depend on hunters and wolves to kill food for them. Flying high in the sky, they spot animals too far away for hunters or wolves to see. They then fly to the hunter, attract his attention by croaking loudly, fly back to where the animals are. Edward stopped and watched the raven carefully. It made 2 trips back and forth in the same direction. Edward made a sharp turn and walked to where the raven was flying. For no moose tracks, he kept following the raven. When he got to the riverbank and looked down, Edward saw 2 big moose feeding on the bank. He shot them, skinned them, and covered the meat with their hides. Before he left, Edward put some fat meat out on the snow for the raven. He knew that without the bird, he wouldn't have killed any meat that day. Quote. Oh, another contribution from Kanakami to the challenge. We're at 85%. It's looking pretty good for that challenge to happen. Notice how Blondin's narrative not only emphasizes the consciousness of individual agency of the raven, but also depicts the relationship between the hunter and the bird as mutually independent. The cooperation displayed between Edward and the raven provides a clear example of the ethic of reciprocity and sharing underlying the Dene's understanding of their relationship with land. And when we get to Juche philosophy later, we'll discuss why there is a differentiation between consciousness as it's being used here, which I would argue is the generalized term consciousness that we're all very, very familiar with, and then there's a very specific way in which you can analyze consciousness, or rather which you can define consciousness, which is according to Juche philosophy, and that is an entirely separate definition, meaning more than just free agency, for example, which I think when we're talking, well, I'll just say, to put it very simply, thinking in terms of this, the difference is that consciousness in terms of Juche is really talking about our responsibility. That responsibility that we have to use our power to transform nature and society in the proper manner. In the decades leading up to the Mackenzie Valley Pipeline inquiry, it became apparent to many people within our communities that the organizational imperatives of capital accumulation signified an affront to our normative understanding of what constituted proper relationships. Relationships between people, relationships between humans and their environment, and relationships between individuals and their institutions of authority, whether economic or political. Even though by the mid-1970s, this grounded normative framework had been worn by decades of colonial displacement, it was still functioning enough to frame both our critique of capitalist development and our ways of thinking about how we might establish political and economic relations both within our own communities and with Canada, based on principles of reciprocity and mutual obligation. Not coincidentally, Peter Kulski highlights this spatial feature of Indigenous struggle well in his excellent book, Like the Sound of a Drum, Aboriginal Cultural Politics in Dunedin and Nunavut, when he writes, quote, "It is possible to argue that precisely what distinguishes anti-colonial struggles, the classic Marxist accounts of the working class, that oppression for the colonized, registered in the spatial dimension as dispossession, whereas for workers, oppression is measured by exploitation as the theft of time." Unquote. I would simply add here that indigenous ways of thinking about non-oppressive relations are often expressed with the spatial referent in mind as well. Any cursory glance at the testimony made by indigenous participants at the Berger inquiry clearly demonstrates the significance of land in our critique of colonial development. One of the most profound statements of this sort was delivered by Philip Blake, a Dene from Fort McPherson. Notice the three interrelated meanings of land at play in his narrative. Land as resource central to our material survival, land as identity, constitutive of who we are as people, and land as relationship. Quote, in our Indian nation is being destroyed so that poor people of the world might get a chance to share this world's riches, then as Indian people. I'm sure that we would seriously consider giving up our resources. But do you really expect us to give up our life and our land so that those few people who are the richest and most powerful in the world today can maintain their own position of privilege? That is not our way. I strongly believe that we do have something to offer your nation, however, something other than our minerals. I believe it is in the self-interest of your own nation to allow the Indian nation to survive and develop in our own way, on our own land. For thousands of years we have lived with this land. We have taken care of the land, and the land has taken care of us. We do not believe that our society has to grow and expand and conquer new areas in order to fulfill our destiny as Indian people. We have lived with the land, not tried to conquer or control it or rob it of its riches. We have not tried to get more and more riches and power. We have not tried to conquer new frontiers or out to our parents to make sure that every year we are richer than the year before. We have been satisfied to see our wealth as ourselves and the land we live with. It is our greatest wish to be able to pass on this land to succeeding generations, same condition that our fathers have given it to us. We did not try to improve the land and we did not try to destroy it. That is not our way. I believe your nation might wish to see us not as a relic from the past, but as a way of life, a system of values by which you may survive in the future. This we are willing to share. Unquote. Press F to pay respects. When Blake suggests in his testimony that as Indian people, quote unquote, we must reject the pathological drive for accumulation that fuels capitalist expansion, he's basing this statement on a conception of Dene identity that locates us as an inseparable part of an expansive system of interdependent relations covering the land and animals, past and future generations, as well as other people and communities. For many native, at the time of the Berger inquiry, this relational conception of identity was non-negotiable. It constituted a fundamental feature of what it meant to be Dene. Furthermore, it also demanded that we conduct ourselves in accordance with certain ethico-political norms, which stressed, among other things, the importance of sharing, egalitarianism, respecting the freedom and autonomy of both individuals and groups, and recognizing the obligations that one has not only to other people, but to the natural world as a whole. I suggest that it was this place-based ethics that served as a foundation which we critique the dual imperatives of colonial sovereignty and capitalist accumulation that came to dictate the course of Northern development in the post-war period. In the following section, show how the same foundation shaped the Dene nation's demand for recognition and self-determination in years to follow. The Dene Declaration. Understanding Indigenous Nationalism. On July 19, 1975, at the Second Annual Joint General Assembly of the Indian Brotherhood of the NWT and the Métis and Non-Status Association of the NWT, more than 300 indigenous delegations unanimously voted to adopt what quickly became known as the Dene Declaration, a political manifesto demanding the full recognition of the Dene, the self-determining nation within the territory of Canada. In his Heeding of Voices of Our Ancestors, Gerald Taiyaki Alfred provides a theory of Indigenous nationalism useful for developing an understanding of the politicized articulation of indigeneity called attention to in the Dene Declaration. According to Alfred, Indigenous expressions of nationhood are quote, best viewed as having both a relatively stable core, which endures, and peripheral elements that are easily adapted or manipulated to accommodate the demands of a particular political environment, unquote. For Alfred, Indigenous political identities are not based on clearly delineated essences, nor are they merely quote-unquote invented to correspond with shifting political aspirations. Rather, Indigenous articulations of nationhood are best understood as informed by a complex of cultural practices and traditions that have survived the onslaught of colonialism and continue to structure the form and content of Indigenous activism at present. Contrary to many forms of nationalism, however, Alfred is quick to point out that most Indigenous movements do not seek recognition and self-determination, quote, through the creation of a new state, but through the achievement of cultural sovereignty and political relationship based on group autonomy reflected in formal self-government agreements. Red Falcon's getting excited here. Dene nationalism during this period can be understood within similar cultural frame as a dynamic revival of Dene political concepts framed in a manner to meet economic and political goals of contemporary Dene society. To this end, although our movement was firmly grounded in motivated by political values and concepts rooted in the relational concept plan noted above, also actively incorporates new social and political discourses to supplement these older traditions. Alfred's developed a bit more since he published with I 2. Interesting. You said he was going to be potentially on Subversive History, right? Red Falcon? Very fucking interested to see this episode. You have to be sure to hit me up on all the social media platforms till I answer you and come in. Yeah, make sure you just like blow me up, please, if I'm not responding. I want to see that. Yeah, I still need to go on decolonize Buffalo whenever that gets started back up again. A number of these discourses were drawn off to articulate our vision of a post colonial political relationship with Canada, including, among others, Marxist political economy, world systems analysis, theories of development and underdevelopment, and third world anti colonialism. Although all of these conceptual tools helped shape, to varying degrees, our views on colonialism and self determination, here I want to highlight one that remains particularly salient to this day: the Marxist concept, quote, mode of production, unquote. In its broadest articulation, quote unquote, mode of production can be said to encompass two interrelated social processes: the resources, technologies, and labor that a people deploy to produce what they need to materially sustain themselves over time, the forms of thought, behavior, and social relationships that both condition and are themselves conditioned by these productive forces. As the sum of these two interrelated processes, a quote unquote mode of production can be interpreted, as Marx himself often did, as analogous to a way of or mode of life. A quote mode of production must not be considered simply as being the production of physical existence of individuals, unquote, write Marx in the German ideology. Rather, it is a definite form of activity of these individuals, a definite form of expressing their life, definite mode of life on their part, unquote. I suggest that this broad understanding of mode of production as a mode of life accurately reflects what constituted culture, in the sense that the Dene deployed the term, and which our claims for cultural recognition ought to secure through the negotiation of a land claim. Simply stated, in the three proposals examined below, our demand for recognition sought to protect the intricately interconnected social totality of a distinct mode of life. A life on with the land that stressed individual autonomy, collective responsibility, non hierarchical authority, communal land tenure, and mutual aid, and which sustained us, quote, economically, spiritually, socially, and politically, unquote, as George Barnaby wrote in 1976, quote, the land claim is our fight to gain recognition as a different group of people with our own way of seeing things, our own values, our own lifestyle, our own laws. It is a fight for self determination using our own systems with which we have survived till now, unquote. Understanding culture in the interconnected social totality of a distinct mode of life, encompassing the economic, political, spiritual, social, crucial for comprehending the state's response to the challenge posed by our land claim proposals. As demonstrated in the following section, the state responded to this challenge, as Fanon himself might have predicted, by structurally circumscribing the terms and content of the recognition it was willing to make available to us through the negotiation of land settlement. As noted previously, the reason the Crown agreed to get into the land claims business in the first place was to quote unquote extinguish the broad and undefined rights and title claims of First Nations in exchange for a limited set of rights and benefits set out in the context of agreement itself. In the 1970s, Canada still required the explicit, quote, cede, release, and surrender, unquote, of Aboriginal rights and title prior to the resolution of a settlement, which from the Crown's perspective constituted the surest way to attain the political and economic certainty required to satisfy the state's interest in opening up Indigenous territories to further economic investment and capitalist development. Although the state no longer requires the formal extinguishment of Aboriginal rights as a precondition to reaching an agreement, the purpose of the process has remained the same: to facilitate the incorporation, quote unquote, of Indigenous peoples and territories into the capitalist mode of production, and to ensure that alternative, quote, socioeconomic visions, quote unquote, do not threaten to desired functioning of the market economy. With this objective firmly in place, both Canada and the Northwest Territories insisted on negotiating a land settlement based on the following two principles. First, that a Dene political claim to self-determination was invalid. And second, that any settlement reached must attain quote-unquote finality through the extinguishment of what remained of Dene rights and title in exchange for the institutional recognition and protection of certain aspects of Dene culture, quote unquote. However, for the state, recognizing and accommodating the cultural through the recognition of land claims would not involve the recognition of alternative indigenous economies, forms of political authority. As the mode of production, mode of life concept suggests, instead, the state insisted that any institutionalized accommodation of indigenous cultural differences be reconcilable with one political formation, namely colonial sovereignty, and one mode of production, namely capitalism. Land claims and the domestication of Dene nationhood. In his 1999 study on treaties, agreements, and other constructive arrangements between states and indigenous populations, Special Rapporteur for the United Nations Subcommission on the Prevention of Discrimination and Protection of Minorities, Miguel Afonso Martinez, examines a myriad techniques, rationales adopted by colonial settler regimes to quote-unquote domesticate the international status of indigenous nations, thereby placing their claims squarely under the exclusive competence of the internal jurisdiction of non-indigenous nation states. Following analysis of the three land claim proposals submitted to the federal government by the Dene Nation between 1976 and 81, it will be shown that rather than organize our right to self-determination, both the GNWT and the Government of Canada defended within the land claims process depoliticized or discourse of Indigenous cultural rights that it used to rationalize the hegemony of non-Indigenous economic and political interests on the Dene territory. In this way, it will be shown that, from the state's perspective, the land claims process constitutes a crucial vehicle for the domestication, quote-unquote, of Indigenous claims to nationhood. On October 25th, 1976, the IBNWT, under the leadership of Georges Aramis, provided the federal government with a land claim proposal designed to accommodate the robust form of recognition expressed in the Dene Declaration. The proposal, titled Agreement in Principle between the Dene Nation and Her Majesty the Queen in Right of Canada, called upon the federal government to negotiate with the Dene Nation in accordance with the expansive list of principles, including the recognition of a Dene right to self-determination, the right to retain ownership of a significant portion of our traditional territories, the right to exercise political jurisdiction over the territories in question, the right to practice and preserve our language, customs, traditions, and values, and right to develop our own political, economic institutions. All of these rights, we claimed, would be exercised within Confederation through the establishment of a Dene government, vested with political authority over land and subject matters currently within the jurisdiction of the federal and territorial government. Essentially, The 1976 Agreement in Principle outlined in broad terms the foundation for building a renewed relationship with the state that would secure a degree of indigenous political and economic autonomy unprecedented in the history of land claim settlements in Canada. Although the specific form of this autonomy would take remained unspecified in the proposal, a number of statements made and research reports produced by the Dene during this period suggest that it would look radically different from the economic and political institutions of the dominant society. In terms of political development, for example, the IBNWT emphasized the need to construct contemporary political institutions, the traditional principle of popular sovereignty, and consensus decision making, thus including as wide a spectrum of Dene as possible in the formation of government policy. Not quite back online yet, Falcon? Got it. Well, keep me posted. I'd love to go on there. This commitment to the construction of alternative governance forms cashed politically in 1976 when the IBNWT announced they would officially boycott participating in the territorial government, arguing that it was a, quote, colonial institution, that it did not represent the perspectives of the Dene people, and that this was reflected in the style and structure of government itself. The boycott lasted until 1979. George Barnaby, one of the two elected Dene officials to reign from territorial politics in 1976, to resign in 1976, the other being James Washi, explained his motivation like this, quote, if we go through a whole Dene movement and we end up with native people just giving orders to their own people, then we will not be better off than now, than white people order us around, unquote. For Barnaby, a true Dene government would be the people themselves deciding what they want and then working together to achieve their desired goals. The principle of direct democracy was to apply to the economic sphere as well. For instance, the proposal states that a non-colonial economy would not only promote Dene self-sufficiency, but do so in a manner consistent with our cultural values and way of life. To this end, the claim outlines the economic vision that would develop a mode of production based on the combination of, quote, continued renewable resource activities such as hunting, fishing, and trapping, unquote, as well as community scale activities designed to meet our needs in a more self-reliant fashion. Following years, a number of these community scale activities were discussed and proposed, including a combination of locally operated manufacturing ventures, native-run cooperatives, and worker-controlled enterprises. At a 1976 Regional Co-Coordinators Workshop, the IBNWT noted two perspectives on development that it found compelling. First was the example of communal enterprise and development, exemplified in the post-independence struggle of Tanzania. At one point, the IBNWT was even in conversation with Kawaki officials of the Indians of Quebec Association about sending a delegation of Dene field workers to learn from Tanzanian experience. The second was drawn from the following observations made by WhatsApp activist George Manuel and researcher Michael Poslans in their book The Fourth World. Quote, real community development can never take place without economic development, but economic development without full local control is only another form of imperial conquest, unquote. In the Agreement in Principle, these economic models were pitched as culturally relevant alternatives to the externally initiated economy, imposed on the Dene by the state. True Dene development, the IBNWT argued, must entail political control, an adequate resource base, and would not be permit to gain at the expense of the whole community. Or would not allow a few to gain at the expense of the whole community. Finally, in keeping with their commitment to strengthening social relationships with the non-indigenous population, according to the principle of mutual self-determination. Subsequently, the IBNWT agreed to uphold the political and existing property rights of all non-native northerners. However, with regard to private property, the Dene Nation would only respect fee simple title to lands acquired before October 15, 1975. After this date, land would be held in common in accordance with the values and principles set forth in the proposal. The Dene Declaration, together with the proposed, quote, agreement in principle, evoked a range of responses. On the one hand, our communities were greeted with an enormous display of support by progressive political organizations from across the country, including the Canadian Labour Congress, the Oil, Chemicals and Atomic Workers International Union, Oxfam Canada, United Steelworkers of America, and the New Democratic Party's Waffle movement, which was, at the time, known by many critics for its strident socialism, quote unquote. At the same time, however, there were many that were openly hostile to the transformative meetings underlying her claim. The then Minister of Indian Affairs, Judd Buchanan, for example, dismissed the Dene Declaration as, quote, gobbledygook that a grade 10 student could have written in 15 minutes, unquote. Even respected Cree leader Harold Cardinal blasted the Declaration as an institution of left-wing thinking that are perhaps much closer to the academic community in Toronto than it is to the Dene, unquote. Much of the criticism levered at the IBNWT during this period expressed a similar sentiment, namely, that Dene leadership had been manipulated by white Southern radicals and were therefore not acting in the interests of their own constituents. Is what Edmonton Report columnist wrote, quote, a bewildered Canada is gradually waking up to the fact that a radical socialist philosophy has taken hold of the native people in the Mackenzie Valley. How is it that these territorial natives, politics up until now, were generally considered non-existent, should suddenly emerge with such an advanced left-wing inclinations, unquote. Fucking hurting me to read some of this. The public expressed a similar point of view. As one gentleman stated to the Berger inquiry, quote, most of the hollering done by the Indian Brotherhood has been directed by whites, not the majority of Indians. The Dene figured they made a real good deal with Treaty 11, and until the Indian Brotherhood with white backing started stirring things up, there wasn't any problem, unquote. Fuck. Government of the Northwest Territories added to the hysteria by suggesting that the Indian Brotherhood should be renamed the Radical Left, quote unquote. The red baiting. At one point, there were even rumors circulating across the North that some of our community members were being trained in tactics of quote unquote guerrilla warfare, and that the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, the RCMP, had employed, quote, undercover operatives to infiltrate the Brotherhood. These racist, McCarthy-like accusations held a great deal of currency for many non-natives during the 1970s and into the 1980s. I'm sure you all can well imagine. Aside from allegations of left extremism, most government officials rejected the Dene position based on the view that it violated the liberal value of equality, underwriting the universal representation within Canadian political institutions. Initially, the most vocal proponent of this argument was the GNWT, Legislative Assembly, which expressed its concerns in a proposition paper titled, quote, Priorities in the North, submitted to the Department of Indian Affairs and Northern Development in May 1977. The paper explicitly denounced the Dene claim, arguing that it would amount to the establishment of an exclusionary, indeed race-based, quote-unquote, jurisdiction in northern Canada. Right, we still hear this today. In the words of the Legislative Assembly, quote, this is why the nation-state concept is, and always will be, totally unacceptable to the peoples of the Northwest Territory, unquote. Because it lacks the necessary elements of universality, of participation in political institutions by any Canadian who chooses to live in the Northwest Territory. In response to the GNWT's repeated charge of racism, the IBNWT submitted a second proposal to the federal government in July 1977. Like its predecessor, the Metro proposal stressed the importance of recognition and self-determination for the Dene Nation. However, appreciating that many people had misinterpreted our agreement in principle as discriminatory, the IBNWT sought to make it clear in the new claim that it was seeking self-determination not only for the Dene, but for all citizens of the North, and an end to racial oppression. As such, whether it be by the oppression of Dene by non-Dene, or the oppression of non-natives by Dene. Fuck off with that last part. Unquote. To accommodate this vision, the Metro proposals recommended that the North adopt a decentralized federative structure based on the following principle. That the NWT be divided into 3 geographical regions, quote, one with the Dene are the majority, one where the Inuit are the majority, and finally one where the non-native people are the majority. Unquote. That each of these 3 territories uphold the political rights of all its citizens through the establishment of government institutions based on each group's respective traditions in accordance with the desires and aspirations of the respective constituencies. That each territorial government must divide powers and relate with the federal government in a manner similar to the current federal or provincial relationship, and that a Metro or United Nations government structure be organized by the 3 new governments to deal with matters, issues, and programs of common concern. Unquote. Under this model, each newly established government would be responsible for sending representatives to negotiate as equals with those of the other government, quote, until agreement was reached on any joint activity, unquote. And finally, in accordance with Dene customs, economic relations within a proposed territory would not be directed by the reign of capital, rather all economic principles and values set forth in the previous agreement in principle would to apply to the new proposals as well. It was at this point that the state began to counter opposition, with the depoliticized conception of Aboriginal quote-unquote cultural rights divorced from any substantive notion of indigenous sovereignty or alternative political economies. In Priorities of the North, for example, the GNWT argued that land claims ought to be used as a mechanism to secure the recognition and protection of the Aboriginal cultural interests, but only if the state agreed to separate the negotiation of political rights to self-determination from the process. To this end, the Assembly proposed that a native, quote-unquote, Bill of Rights be written into the Constitution of the NWT. This would serve 2 purposes. First, it would crystallize, quote-unquote, the rights of native people with respect to their traditional use and enjoyment of the land. Second, it would function to preserve native languages and cultures in some form of immutable legislation. The federal government advanced a similar position Federal government advanced a similar position in its 1977 opinion paper, Political Development in the Northwest Territories. The political development paper was to serve as detailed terms for reference. To guide the newly appointed special representative for constitutional development in Northwest Territories, Charles Drury, like the Legislative Assembly, the federal government stated that it would be willing to use land claims as a vehicle to safeguard Aboriginal culture and enable Aboriginal people and communities to pursue their traditional practices, to extend that they may wish to do so. Subsequently, Canada would agree to work closely with Native groups to develop programs within a number of areas, including education, housing, and economic development, as well as, quote, protection and promotion of cultural interests, including Indian and Inuit languages, and rights to traditional activities such as hunting, fishing, and trapping, unquote. In securing these rights, however, the federal government insisted that it would not endorse a call for the establishment of political jurisdictions allocated on grounds that differentiate between peoples on a basis of race. Instead, Ottawa directed Drury to consider the possible division of the Northwest Territories on the basis of functional issues, including economic, socio-cultural, and other relevant factors, but excluding political divisions and structures, configured along Indigenous, non-Indigenous lines. Thus, if the Dene wanted to participate in the constitutional development of the northern political apparatus, they would have to do so at a local, subordinate level, within the common and presumably legitimate institutions of the NWT. In short, for both the GNWT and the Government of Canada, cultural rights, not political rights, constituted the core issue to be resolved in the settlement of the Dene land claim. Yeah, you see how you see how the settlers imposed, Falcon, right? How the settlers imposed the pseudoscience of race on other people who aren't even calling for what they like. I mean, we see the same thing employed not only against every native nation, but even nations like fucking DPRK, for example. We see the same charges applied to them because they have a nation state. We then see these fucking settler chuds who cannot separate it from being an ethno state or some shit. And I have literally seen fucking quote unquote leftists say that. And let me just say, if you do say that, you're not a leftist, you're a fucking rightist. Disguised as a leftist. Take the mask off already. Or fucking learn something. There's your two paths. Two paths lay before you. Learn something or take the mask off. In terms of political economy, both levels of government sought to ease apart the recognition of indigenous cultural practices from any socioeconomic schemes that might potentially disrupt the further accumulation of capital through the development of the North's resource base. The GNWT, for example, simply asserted that the, quote, long-term economic development of the Northwest Territories will almost certainly depend on the further exploration and utilization of its natural resources. Quote. Recognizing the cultural claims of First Nations would be permitted, but only insofar as these claims would be reconciled with this, quote, predominantly private enterprise mode of organization, unquote. In a similar vein, the federal government suggests that while land claims would provide Native groups with financial compensation for any infringement of their property rights, Canada's national interest dictated that the Crown maintain its ownership and control of potentially significant non-renewable resources in the Northwest Territories. What the fuck? Right? Tell me how it's not a genocidal settler colony again, though? Anyone? Anyone? Anyone want to get banned? And regarding the intensity of northern capitalist development, the Crown, like the Legislative Assembly, declared that business would continue unabated. Quote, in view of the energy and other resource requirements that are now recognized as becoming increasingly urgent, the government wishes to maintain some momentum in the exploration and development of northern non-renewable resources. Unquote. Land claims, according to the Crown, would better enable the Dene to, quote, play a part, unquote, in this process. But in no way would they provide the economic and political infrastructure necessary to block or effectively cultivate a non-exploitative alternative to it. Instead of participating in the Drury's investigation, the Dene Nation agreed to collaborate with the Métis Association of Northwest Territories to construct a joint settlement claim that they provided the federal government in 1981. The proposal, titled Public Government for the People of the North, called for the transfer of power to a province-like jurisdiction named Deneda. Although the Dene Métis refrained from invoking the explicit language of self-determination common to the previous two claims, the spirit of the document remains much the same. It demands, for instance, that sovereignty be distributed between the Deneda and the federal government in a manner similar to the current distribution of provincial and federal powers, although in some areas, such as fisheries, family relations, communications, and labor relations, Deneda would require powers currently claimed by the federal government. The rationale here is that these areas are crucial for the protection and further development of the Dene way of life. It also calls for a significant return to the Dene people's traditional territory, which the Dene would retain the right to use, own, and manage collectively. Most remaining lands, with the exception of existing private property, would be allocated to the government of Deneda and remain under its jurisdictional authority. Structurally speaking, Deneda would be province-like and consist of two levels of government, a public territorial level, called the National Assembly of Deneda, and regional governments at the community level. Deneda would be unlike provinces in other ways, however. For instance, the Dene again recommended that a direct democracy or consensus approach to political decision-making be instituted at both the local and territorial levels. This was pitched as a culturally appropriate alternative to the elitist and adversarial form of government imposed on Northerners from the South. Also, to protect the political rights and freedoms of the Dene citizens in perpetuity, the Dene Métis proposed that a Senate, quote-unquote, be established as a second chamber of the Public National Assembly, with guaranteed Dene representation. In order to protect the interests of everyone, however, the Dene Métis proposed that a 10-year residency period be implemented, after which full political rights of all Dene citizens will be respected. But regardless of any residency requirements, the government of Denede would be responsible for respecting the fundamental human rights and freedoms of all its citizens, particularly the rights outlined in sections 18, 19, 21, and 22 of the United Nations International Convention on Civil and Political Rights, of which Canada is a signatory. In terms of economic development, Denede would also operate, unlike other provinces, in a number of key ways. For example, the documents suggest that all land and resources development adhere to the standards set forth in the Charter of Founding Principles, which would emphasize, among other things, maintaining a harmonious relationship between the Dene and the physical environment. Thus, the Dene Métis stated that the natural resource use would be determined on the basis of a conserver society, with a firm commitment to renewables. once again building a contemporary economy committed to the traditional practice of harvesting and manufacturing renewable resources, would form a significant aspect of economic development within the new territory. However, in circumstances where the exploration and development of Daneda's non-renewable resource base might be permitted to continue, this activity would only be allowed if it promised to ensure the well-being of the people and resources of Daneda as a whole, as opposed to the economic benefit of the developers, and to assure economic self-sufficiency. The Dene Mede proposed that 10% of all resource revenues derived from the territory be collected and paid into a Dene Heritage Fund, managed by the Dene through the framework of the proposed Senate. Remaining profits extracted through rents taken from non-renewable resources outfits would be redirected back into programs aimed at bolstering the renewable resource sector. Be used to cover the operating budgets of the Danede government at both the community and territorial levels, and to repay the federal government for its assistance in the delivery of unemployment insurance benefits, family allowances, and so on. Also, like its predecessors, proposals suggest that all private property rights be respected for lands acquired before the implementation of the agreement, although after this date, the government of Danede would grant property titles solely through long-term leases and hold remaining lands in common for the benefit of all Daneda citizens. Reaction to the Daneda proposal varied. Some people were outraged at the proposed agreement, suggesting that it would provide too much protection for Dene rights and interests while ignoring those of Northern's non-native population. Jesus. Sailors don't know when to shut the fuck up. One of the studies prepared for the federal government Special Committee on Constitutional Development even suggested that the proposal's recommended restrictions on private property could be interpreted as violating what many Northerners had come to consider an inalienable right to own property. Others, however, viewed the proposal as a unique opportunity to be part of something exciting, a chance for all people of the North to join together and build a new style of government. Conclusion of the chapter. Not the book, we still have a ways to go. Don't you worry. Lots more of this to come. In the end, the federal government remained one of the principal detractors of the Danede proposal. Unlike the position outlined in its comprehensive claims policy, the Dene Mete adamantly rejected the idea that indigenous people must surrender or exchange their political rights and titles as prerequisite to reaching a land settlement. Maintaining this position caused negotiations to drag on until 1988, when finally a new Agreement in Principle, AIP, was reached between the Dene Nation and Métis Association and Government of Canada. The new AIP offered the claimants, quote, ownership of over 181,000 square kilometers of land, with subsurface rights for approximately 10,000 kilometers of it, and a payment of $500 million over 15 years as compensation for the lost land use in the past. To reach the IIP stage, however, the Crown required two things. The first was the recognition of indigenous political rights be removed from the negotiation table. This essentially meant that the Dene Nation dropped its previous insistence, articulated in the Dene Declaration, and the three claims examined above, that the substantive right to self-government form a fundamental component of any land deal. Second, the AIP required the Dene Mete to agree to concede, release, and surrender any residual Aboriginal rights and titles to the remaining lands of the Northwest Territory. Negotiators for the Dene Métis thus concluded that, if reached, a comprehensive claim would inevitably involve an exchange of original land rights for a clearly defined set of land-related and land-based rights. At this point, however, those involved in negotiations refused to see this as an extinguishment of their political right, which they would continue to negotiate through other forms. On April 9, 1990, 2 years after community negotiators agreed to sign the new AIP, Indigenous representatives from across Canada convened at a special General Assembly held in Fort Ray, where they initiated a final agreement that included an extinguishment clause, but excluded a self-government component. In July of the same year, a motion was passed at another General Assembly, this time held in Data, to, quote, have Aboriginal treaty rights affirmed, not extinguished, in the Comprehensive Land Claim Agreement, quote. In the end, the majority of delegates voted to affirm the motion, and in doing so, rejected the Dene Métis final agreement. No doubt frustrated with the non-negotiable nature of the Crown's position, Gwich'in representatives opposed the majority decision and formally withdrew from the General Assembly. Following their lead, Satu withdrew from the claim several weeks later. The Crown officially stopped funding the Dene Nations Claims Secretariat after the withdrawal of the Gwich'in and Satu, and instead offered to negotiate with these groups independently. In 1992, the Gwich'in, and in 1993, the Satu, along with the Métis, extinguished their political rights and title by signing comprehensive agreements with Canada. These settlements signified the official end of an at times tenuous and fragile, but nonetheless unified Dene national self-determination. Northern Indigenous perspectives on economic development began to shift significantly during this period as well. This shift was exemplified most clearly with the backing of diamond mining projects by the Tilcho and Yellowknives Dene First Nations in the late 1990s, and again in the 2000s, with the establishment of the Aboriginal Pipeline Group, which represents the interest of most Dene regions in the Northwest Territories, including the Decho, and has since negotiated an agreement to purchase a 1/3 share in the newly proposed Mackenzie Gas project. The MGP, like the proposed Mackenzie Valley Pipeline before it, promises to be one of the largest, costliest pipeline projects in the history of Canada. What is perhaps most interesting about the newest incarnation of the Mackenzie Pipeline project is that many of the young Dene activists who opposed it in the 70s are now either active supporters or founding members of the APG. Former Fort Good Hope chief Frank T. Salaries explained his change of perspective like this. Quote, you know, the world has changed a lot over the last 25 years. We're now masters of our own house in many ways. Many of us have settled our land claims, and we have the power to make sure this pipeline is done the right way. Sure, I feel uneasy in some ways about promoting this. The gas is going to go south. Maybe not today or tomorrow, but it is going to go, and I don't think we can afford to be left out. Unquote. Fuck. If primitive accumulation represents the process of dispossession through which non-capitalist social relations are transformed or integrated into market ones, then it would appear that this phenomenon has gained considerable momentum in the North over the last few decades. Although primitive accumulation no longer appears to require the openly violent dispossession of indigenous communities and their entire land and resource base, it does demand that both remain open for exploitation and capitalist development. To my mind, a number of interrelated considerations have to be taken into account to figure out why this has emerged to be the case in the North. And I would like to conclude by highlighting two of them. The first involves a significant transformation in the discourse of sustainable development. Over the last 15 years, as Stuart Kirch has argued, one of the most pressing challenges faced by indigenous peoples has been the, quote, spread with which the capital has now approached the terms of its critique. Unquote. Any visit to the North will inequivocally demonstrate the degree to which the state and industry have been able to co-opt the discourse of sustainability to push their shared vision of economic development. Unlike the discourse of sustainability underwriting the Dene claims examined above, which sought to establish political and economic relations that would foster reciprocal well-being of people, communities, and the land over time, sustainability now refers primarily to the economic sustainability of capital accumulation itself. The longer the projected lifespan of a proposed project, that is, the longer period that a project proposes to exploit the community's land, resources, and labor, the more quote-unquote sustainable it is said to be. The second involves Fanon's concern regarding the ways in which the field of recognition politics can modify the subject positions of indigenous peoples and communities over time. Aside from the inevitable debt trap that land claims lock many First Nations into, which can in turn compel these communities to open up their settlement lands to exploitation as economic solution, it appears that the land claims process itself has also served to subtly shape how indigenous peoples now think and act in relation to the land. As Paul Nadasdy suggests in his work with the Kluane First Nation in the Yukon, quote, to engage in the process of negotiating a land claim agreement, First Nation people must translate their complex reciprocal relationship with the land into equally complex but very different language of quote-unquote property. I would suggest that one of the negative effects of this power-laden process, discursive translation, has been a reorientation of the meaning of self-determination for many, but not all, indigenous people in the North. A reorientation of indigenous struggle from one that was deeply informed by the land as a system of reciprocal relations and obligations, which in turn informed our critique of capitalism in the period examined above, to a struggle that is now increasingly for land, understood now as material resource to be exploited in the capital accumulation process. There you have it, chapter 2. A little bit about the background of the Dene struggle for self-determination, and I hope that kind of makes you think a little bit next time you're reading a Marxist classic. Maybe makes you think about how that relates to colonialism. For example, when Marx is talking about quote-unquote primitive accumulation, for example. And how this is just really, a glossing over of colonialism in general. Okay, I want to watch, let's do a Michael Perini watch, maybe. As you all know, I started Mario 3 the other day. We didn't quite beat it, but I'm close. So, maybe Andy while we do that? How about this? I'll let you comrades decide. You know how we are here. The people are my god. Of course, comrades, thank you for listening to the reading. Tuesday we'll be back for chapter 3. Will be the next one. Essentialism and the gender politics of Aboriginal self-government. That should be good. Okay, I'm giving you a poll of what we watch next, though. So heads up, look out for this poll in chat. Do we want to watch? Do we want to watch Kwame Ture, or do we want to watch Perenni Talk? That's your two choices here. And the Ture is at University of Georgia. University of Georgia Talk. Thank you very much for the 420 redemption there, Kanakami. Alright, what we watching? Polls in chat, comrades. Make your voices heard. What are we watching next? Do you want to watch Kwame Ture, or do you want to watch Parenti Lecture? 5 minutes. Let me just go grab a drink while you comrades decide on that. All right. Got me a drink. You bowl packed. I mean, depends on how you define late. You missed the reading part, but we're about to watch. Looks like we're gonna do a Kwame Ture talk. So right now you can vote for what we're watching. Either a Perenni lecture, or we can watch Kwame Ture at the University of Georgia. Choose now. While we do that, I'm gonna finish that challenge that chat gave me yesterday, which was this beating Super Mario Brothers 3 while we listen. Also, I've been thinking perhaps a good thing to watch on stream I know I've seen it suggested a few times, but would be My Brothers and Sisters in the North. We could do that on as a movie on a like non-movie Monday. Maybe documentaries could be a separate day of the week or something. Because I also have, I'll show you. I just gotta bring up my I also have a few. I know he's a lib, but some of his documentaries are okay. Let's see. Yeah, I have some documentary Tuesday. Or it could be like the Wednesday thing. Worn Out Wednesday, we watch a documentary, let someone else do the talking. Something like that. But I do have some, I do have some, like, I do have other ones by him too. Wait, why did it... I do have a bunch of Oliver Stone. I do have more than this too, Commandante. This would be a good watch. That was from 2003. I don't know how many of you have seen that. But I also have Ukraine on Fire or something. Yeah. I also have these. Ukraine on Fire, and there's another one as well. Revealing Ukraine, 2019. This one's from 2017. That's 1 hour, 30 minutes. And the next one's 2019, Revealing Ukraine. I'm thinking we should watch these on stream for the documentaries as well. Like, maybe that should be the first one in light of the current political climate. Well, I'll tell you what. While we're going to start our Touré lecture, since that was the people's choice. Fun fact, the day Justin Trudeau implemented the ban on non-Canadian news online, he got divorced. So if you look up news on YouTube, all you get are people talking about his divorce. Jesus Christ. That is disgusting. All right, so yeah. Yeah, that just happened. Okay, I'm gonna leave another while we start a Touré lecture. I'm gonna give you a much longer poll in chat because this will be for what our first documentary will be. Yeah, don't. Yep. Of course. It's funny. I mean, authoritarian DPRK is the only one that controls information, though. Don't forget that. Okay, first documentary that we should watch. Should it be Ukraine on Fire here? Or should it be Brothers and Sisters in the North? All right, 10 minutes for this one. It's not going to be today, but I would like to get your opinion on what should be our first documentary that we watch on the channel. Should it be this Ukraine on Fire right here, or should it be My Brothers and Sisters in the North, which is... You can like type it in exactly or it doesn't come up. There we go. Which is this right here, a documentary about DPRK. A woman traveling to DPRK. We're all after something. show? This one, or should we watch Ukraine on Fire? If we watch Ukraine on Fire, we will probably watch Revealing Ukraine like shortly after it. The good thing about this one, of course, is it's a complex situation in Ukraine that not enough people, I think, understand what's going on, and too many leftists even fall for that Russia is the aggressor. Yeah, there you go in chat. Let us know what should be the first one. Let your voices be heard. My brothers and sisters in the north about DPRK, or Ukraine and Fire about the current situation in Ukraine. What led up to the current situation?
Imani, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry for the delay, but the program will start now. Welcome to the first program in the Committee for Black Programs month-long celebration of Black History Month. Our other programs are listed in the brochure you have before you. And before I introduce our speaker for the night, I'd like to read two announcements. The minority students of the Social Work School are sponsoring a disco skating party at the Skate Inn in Athens, February 6th from 9 p.m. to 11. Tickets are $1 admission and 75-cent skater rental. Tickets are available from the students after the lecture. And the National Association of Black Social Workers Athens chapter invite you to attend their contribution to the observance of Black History Month. It is scheduled for Wednesday, February 7th, 7:30 p.m. at the Central Athens Community Center. The theme is Perspectives of Black History. Participants are Black City Councilman, 2 local choirs, and Michael Thurman, author of Black History of Athens. After the program, there will be questions, and we ask that you limit them to 1. Our guest tonight is probably best known for his participation with the Black Panther movement and the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee during the turbulent 60s. He was also one of the founders of the All-African People's Revolutionary Party and has just returned to the U.S. from an extensive visit to Africa. Without further delay, I'd like to present to you Mr. Stokely Carmichael.
I thank you, good evening, and I apologize for being late. As a revolutionary, we should try never to be late. But I think it was Mr. Hemingway who said, even the best laid plans of mice and men do oft-times go astray. All the need for more serious planning. We want to speak to you this evening about revolution, and we want to speak to you this evening about the necessity of students understanding their crucial role in revolution. Let it be properly understood that when we talk of revolution, of course, we mean bloodshed. Either one is nonviolent and one's blood is shed, or one retaliates and shed the blood of those who's trying to shed one blood. That is to say, either you be like Dr. Martin Luther King or Jesus Christ, you're willing to have your...
Oh, Jesus. Thank you so much, GMO, for the gift sub for Kanakami. Very, very much appreciate that support, comrade. We're only 11 subs away now from our next emote. And yeah, welcome Kanakami into the Juche gang, everyone. Juche gang roll out. give the welcoming Juche gang symbol, everyone. Flash those gang signs. Thank you so much for the support, comrade. It's amazing.
Your bloodshed, or you be like Lenin, or you be like Mao, or you be like Fidel, or you be like Kim Il-sung, or you be like Sekou Touré, you shed the blood of those who are trying to kill you. But let it be understood that I'm a reasonable man, even though the American press tries to make it appear that not a reasonable man, a very reasonable man. And as a reasonable man, I don't want bloodshed at all, especially my bloodshed. But I want my liberation more than I want anything else.
Oh shit.
I want my people to be free.
Okay, hold up. Wait 1 sec. Check it out. Some of these passed and I just didn't notice it yet. Some of these obviously didn't. Can't see what I have to look through my notifications to see what actually didn't pass, but look, we got the reds. Okay, a bunch of the DPRK ones I had didn't. But look, we got a salute one. I think we need to move one of these. What one should we trade out for this? Because look, we need this one, right? Leaping red salute. And we also have fan in here as well. So you comrades, let me know what emote I would like to trade. I would like to trade one of them out at least for a red salute, or potentially two of them if we can. But let me know what ones you're thinking should be traded.
Free, and I want humanity to go forward more than I want my very life. Therefore, I understand the necessity of revolution, and I understand the necessity to be prepared for it and to work for it, even though it means bloodshed. Just want to try and clear out of the way some of the problems that
I don't see many people using Thomas.
We face and have to deal with because of the American press and its back way of presenting things.
Yeah.
We want to speak of revolution.
That read my mind.
And we want to explain that it's a scientific process. That is to say, it is stripped of sentimentality.
Okay, so we got red salute now.
Is a process which is a result of historical forces.
If you refresh your browser, you probably have red salute now.
Capitalism, which is the economic system that dominates America, has dominated America since its beginning, is a backward, stupid, vicious, barbaric, and reactionary system. And we want to further say that this system is going to fall, and that those of us who are conscious are working as hard as we can to bring it down, recognizing the quicker we bring it down, the quicker we will free humanity and allow civilization to go forward.
Here we go, we
now,
got it.
Of course, we understand the task that's before us. We come to the University of Georgia at Athens. We come to a university that's very old. We come to a university whose purpose it is to inculcate in the students who come here a love of capitalist values, and to have these students manifest capitalist values, whether they are conscious or unconscious of it.
Perfect.
Everything in life has a reason.
Perfect emote for
whether
this.
Whether we are aware of the reason or not.
Now we got a salute emote.
You may ask some of your colleagues on this college campus, why did they come to the university? They may say, I don't know. And probably as honestly as they themselves can answer, they may not really know why they're here.
I just added Julius just now.
You can never assume that there is not a reason which impelled them to be here. Everything under the face of the sun,
literally, chat just had to refresh their browser
even if we are not aware
in order
of the
to
reason,
get it. It's so
or even
new.
if we are unconsciously aware of the reason or wrongly aware of the reason. Each and every act has a reason. My reason for coming before you this evening is to find among the Africans. Oh, before we begin again,
that's the bop of the summer, isn't it powerful?
This press. Now, I'm concerned about Africans. I'm concerned about black people. Now, many people say to me when they see me, they say, Mr. Carmichael, incidentally, my name has been changed to Kwame Ture. They can say, Kwame Ture, we understand that you are just concerned about making black people better. And I
Let's
say,
go.
yes, in a way I am. They say, well,
all right, now we just need to get 11 more sub points, comrades, and we'll have another slot so we can bring Fannin in as well.
Africans are part of humanity. They are an oppressed part of humanity. If I benefit an oppressed part of humanity and free it, obviously I have benefited all of humanity, since humanity is indivisible. You understand it? So let there be no confusion. All right. I want to organize Africans. So my purpose is to find among the Africans in the audience the most conscious. By the word conscious, I don't mean to in any way equivocate it with intelligent, not at all, or even with one a holder of degrees. A conscious man, a conscious woman is someone who recognizes their responsibility to humanity, that's all, and fulfills it, of course. Of course. That is to say, a conscious man, a conscious student here, recognizing that there's poverty in the world, coming
Right?
to the university,
A lot of
acquire
people not
knowledge,
expressing
a conscious student
their
would seek to
voices
acquire
in
the
here.
knowledge that would help solve the problems of
Very
poverty in the world.
disappointing to see.
That's a conscious student. Of course, the intelligent student might try to make as much money as he or she can. That's a stupid student, of course.
Now, I might be just a still picture down in the corner, but you can imagine my face of disappointment right now. And when I get that webcam, then you'll have to deal with seeing it in real time. So I suggest you exercise your rights to vote. I'm vote shaming everybody.
So my job
now.
is to try and get the most conscious, to let them see that they must begin now to take the first step to begin to help organize the masses of our people as we move forward for our liberation. On a lower level, those who are not conscious, and it's possible
laser
to understand
eyes.
why we're not conscious in this backward capitalist system. Those of us who are not conscious, I come with the best of intentions to make them more conscious so they can know what really is their responsibility to life. And then on the lowest level, that is, on the level of the most common denominator, I come to make everybody think. Now, to make people think in America is an extremely difficult job. It is. The difficulty arises from the fact that since we live in a capitalist system which seeks to exploit the people and therefore keep the people confused, the capitalist system makes the people think they're thinking when in fact they are not thinking. See, and it is extremely difficult to convince someone who thinks he's thinking that he's not thinking. But we must do it. It's our responsibility. Let me give you an example of how the American people think they think but don't think. If we took a poll of the American people and asked them what they thought about communism, would you agree with me that at least 90% of the people we ask in America would be against communism? 90%? And if we ask this 90% what is communism, would you agree with me that less than 0.2% can probably give us an intelligent, though not necessarily correct answer? Would you agree with me with this? Now let me ask you a question just between you and I. If you have an enemy, does it behoove you to know the enemy or not to know the enemy? That is to say, for example, if snakes are your enemy, does it behoove you to know at least what they look like or not to know what they look like? You understand the proposition carefully. So we want to prove that they think they're thinking, but they're not thinking. Listen to this. The man or woman who hates communism the most is the man or woman who knows the least about communism. And what is even tragic is that the man or woman who hates communism the most, that is to say, the man or woman who knows the least about communism, is the man or woman who wants to know the least about communism. That is to say, snakes are my enemies. They come to bite me, and I don't even want to know what they look like.
So great.
It's a stupid system. Because the system is based on exploitation, it confuses the people so that it uses the people for its further exploitation. Thus, the pigs who run the capitalist system come and yell, the communists are coming. The people grab the guns. Where? Panama. They go shoot. The communists are coming. Where? Santo Domingo. They grab guns. They go shoot. The communists are coming. Where? Vietnam. They grab guns. They go shoot. They don't know what the hell they're fighting and are not even concerned with finding out. That's a stupid system. Stupid system. Stupid. Stupid system. Stupid and backward. Stupid system. We say the capitalist system is a stupid system. It must be. It has to be. It's based on exploitation. Its motivating force is profit. But a backward system. A system that motivates people just to do things for profit. One cannot have individual incentive unless one is given some material stimulation. It's a stupid and backward system. It's a system that has to be destroyed. If one looks at the material makeup of the society, one can see clearly how unjust the system is. Under the system, a few people own and control everything. The rest of the masses of the people own nothing. And they are forced to work for these who own. And the more you work, the poorer you get. Of course, because the essence of it is exploitation. It must be based on exploitation. I said, look at the stupidity. A quick glance at the system will show you how unjust it is. But the American capitalist system will have the people so confused, they're thinking, they don't even look properly at the capitalist system. Do you know that in this country, some people own all the coal that's to be found in the country?
Now that's unjust. There's no question about it. In the first place, their labor didn't even put the coal there. You know, so they can't say that it was through hard work. No, it wasn't through hard work. You got it. And your grandmama didn't give it to you because she she didn't bring none with her when she came here. You know what I'm talking about? As a matter of fact, she found it here, you understand? So I don't care who you bought it from, who you didn't buy it from. No one man, no group of men can own the coal in the country. The coal must belong to the people and be used for the benefit of the people, clearly. It's a stupid system. It is a backward system. It affects you as students. Of course it will affect you. It affects your brothers. They send them to war to die. They don't even know what they're dying for. Because this system is concerned with confusing the people, not letting the people think, because once the people begin to think, they will use their creative energies for humanity and not against humanity. And this indeed is to see the true tragedy of the capitalist system. The tragedy of the capitalist system is to be found in the fact that it takes human beings who think in fact they're working for just ends when in fact they're working for unjust ends. But here, by doing this, the system clearly demonstrates to us that human nature itself is for humanity. Clearly, even when they come to take the youth and send them to Vietnam, they don't come before the youth and tell them the truth. We're going to rape the country. On the contrary, they lie to them. They tell them we're fighting for democracy. They tell them we're fighting for justice. They say we're fighting against communism, which is bad, and the dictatorship, and we're fighting to bring freedom. And this is why the people are mobilized, because the people will be mobilized to fight for justice. And look at the vicious system, lying to the people, sending the youth to believe he's really fighting for democracy, when in fact this youth is fighting against democracy. It's a backward and stupid system. It has to be overthrown. You may think it doesn't touch you. You may think it doesn't affect you. That's the job of the university here. It supports the values of capitalism. Its job is to put you to sleep. That's what it's to do. That's exactly what it's to do. Exactly what it's to do. Let me give you a demonstration. This is my first time I've been to this university. I don't know any of you personally. Maybe some of you I've seen somewhere. But knowing the capitalist system, knowing you as students, knowing the role occupied by students in the capitalist system, I can make a statement about you sitting here before me and be absolutely correct.
All right, I'm lighting the
I
joint.
can say that at least 90% of the students at this university cheat. All right, give me 85.
Actually, wait, the cooldown's not done.
80?
Still counts, still counts.
The overwhelming majority? Of course. I understand your nervous laughter. But you think about it. You think about it. Especially the African students. You think about it. Your people suffer. Your people suffer in South Africa, in Zimbabwe, in Egypt, in Algeria, in Trinidad, in Jamaica, in Guyana, in Mississippi, in Alabama, in New York, in California, in Georgia, in Atlanta, in Athens. You have the chance to come and help them. You have the chance to come and help them by acquiring knowledge which can be used for the benefit of the people to help serve humanity. What other great and most noble cause can there be? What other greater motivation? And rather than you acquire this knowledge which has been paid for with the blood of your people, you come here and you cheat. It's a vicious system. It's a stupid and backward system, and you cheat because you're motivated by the values of the system unconsciously. The system tells you that the smartest man is the man who does the least work and reaps the highest benefits. Thus the students, yes, you seek to do the least work and get the highest grades, obviously. The system, through its ideological arena, one which you are not even aware of and one which the university doesn't even try to make you conscious of, having complete control of the ideological arena, the system decides how you move, when you move, where you move, and all the time you think you're doing it by yourself. Yes. If you were 10 years old in 1952, while you were 10 years old in 1952, some men had already planned that in 1963, when you were 18 years old, you would be with a gun in your hands on the battlefield of Vietnam. It's been planned, of course. The Vietnam War was planned in 1952. Of course it was. It wasn't planned overnight, even before then. But those who had to do the fighting didn't even know about the Vietnam, didn't know there was a place called Vietnam. It's a stupid system. It's a backward system. You're students. You have a responsibility to humanity. You cannot come here and walk into a place that says it gives knowledge, knowledge which you know can neither be bought nor sold, even though they try to confuse you, because when you enter the school you got to pay. Well, you may get confused, but you know that knowledge can neither be bought nor sold. As students, you must know it. No one can own knowledge. How can anyone own the truth? The truth belongs to all and to each and every one. And each and every one is capable of seeing the truth. So powerful is the truth, then it can never be hid. It can never be crushed. And the truth will be found as the people rise up over and over again against all unjust system that seeks to suppress the truth. The truth can never be crushed. Never. Never. But since the truth cannot be crushed, knowledge cannot be crushed. We say knowledge can neither be bought nor sold. The capitalist system will confuse you. You see, coming to the university, let me even show you how they waste you. Watch. Take a student getting ready to come to college. You know what a student asks? Which subject should I take? Should I take a subject which will be of service to humanity, or should I take a subject which will make me have a better living, which will make more money? Yeah. And do you know most of the students decide on more money? He said, well, if I get more money, I'll be able to help the people. I can't do anything for anybody if I can't do anything for myself. Oh, they will give you every rationalization in the world. You must be conscious. Knowledge could neither be bought nor sold. It belongs to everyone. President Sekou Touré, leader of the African Revolution, president of the Republic of Guinea, he says you can give a man a car. You can give a man a house. You can give a man a job. When you get mad at the man, when you get angry at the man, when you're no longer friends with the man, you can go back and take your house and put the man out your house. You can go and take your car. You can go and take the job that you gave the man. But if you taught the man something, you can never take it from him. Knowledge can neither be bought nor sold. Nor sold. Not only that, Sigmund Freud scientifically proved that anything that enters the mind can never leave it. You can never forget it, even if you think you have forgotten it. Of course, you can think you forget it, but you can't forget it. For example, you go to the door to leave the room. When you go to leave the room, instead of pulling the door, you push the door. But the door must be pulled. So you spend some time, and then you notice, it's got to be pulled. You go out. You come back. You spend some time. After a while, you get up to go again. You go to the door. You do the same thing you did the first time. But now when you make the mistake you made the first time, you remember that you also made the mistake the first time again. So you can't forget. You can't forget. You can't forget. You can't forget. The capitalist system is a vicious system. The viciousness of the system is to be found in the fact that those who labor do not enjoy the fruits of their labor. Africans all over the world, Africans living in America, they know the vicious, instinctive nature of the capitalist system. They know it almost instinctively. Under this system, they were put in its most vicious form, slavery. They can see its vicious value, its vicious nature before anyone else. The slave, who had to weed the cotton? The slave. Who had to pick the cotton? The slave. Who had to chop the cotton? The slave. Who had to bale the cotton? The slave. Who had to take the cotton to the port and ship the cotton was the same slave who saw the master reap all the profits, and all this slave got was a whoop on top his back. The viciousness of the nature is too blatant. Sometimes one wonders, how is it that the American society, being as technologically capable as it is, able to do so much good, can keep its people so confused? The people all over the world hate the American people. They hate you. And what is pathetic about it is that you don't even know why they hate you, and you think they shouldn't be hating you. But if you examine it, they have every reason to be hating you because you are irresponsible to humanity. Look at the people in Iran. The guns that are used against those people are paid for with your tax dollars. The guns that are used to oppress these people, impose a Shah, is paid for with your tax dollars. Your tax dollars is helping to crush humanity. I say you must take some responsibility. Everything in the world relates to everything else. Everything is interconnected to everything else. You're students. You have a responsibility. You are students and you have a responsibility to see the truth and advocate the truth and not be afraid of it. That's the least we can ask you to do. After all, you come to seek knowledge. Or for what purposes do you come to seek knowledge? So you too can learn how to better exploit the poor? You don't have to come to college for that. You can be ruthless easily. Of course. Of course. Of course, they might just teach you in college how to make it appear as if you're not ruthless. Oh, they can do it. Some people are talking about Mr. Rockefeller. They say he's a philanthropist. I know him to be a pig, a thief, a plunderer, and a rapist. They can confuse you if you're not careful. As a young man brought up in the West Indies, in the Caribbean where I was born, I was told that Cecil Rhodes was a philanthropist. Yes. He even gives Rhodes a scholarship. Yes, they even told me, if you're good, you too can get one. Yes. I say, if you're not careful, they will confuse you. We have to struggle. The struggle which we have to wage is a struggle as old as man himself. The struggle is for man to come and to be in complete control of all the forces that affect his life and to use these forces and the knowledge he has to be able to control these forces for the good of humanity. We have a struggle to wage. Let it be crystal clear. The grounds upon which we wage the struggle, the causes for which we wage the struggle, the objectives for which we fight, the principles by which we adhere to. We say we want to come, get man and woman, come together, use your creative energies, understand the forces that control life, come to use these forces, master these forces, continually try to master these forces, master them always for the good of humanity against injustice, at all times, under all conditions, uncompromisingly so. This is what we mean by a conscious man and a conscious woman. America needs conscious men and conscious women. The capitalist system does everything possible to confuse the people. It will take history and, oh, look at what it does with history. It will confuse you. You see, the job of the system is to demobilize you. That is its job. Its job is to undermine your will. Its job is to make you think that even though you see bad everywhere, even though you see corruption everywhere, there's nothing you can do about it. After all, you're only one person, and you ain't no great man, and the best thing you can do is hope that they leave you alone. Maybe you can go get a farm, a big farm in West Vermont somewhere, snowed in, where nobody will touch you. No, you must struggle. If you're struggling for justice, you can never lose, even if they kill you. Wake up. Wake up. Once you're struggling for justice, you can never be defeated. The only way you can be defeated is if you surrender. End of discussion. There can be no surrender when one struggles for justice. The capitalist system seeks to demobilize you using every possible thing in its hand to twist and confuse and demobilize you. It will use history. It will take religion and use religion to demobilize you. Look at what it does with history. Take a look at the way the American capitalist system presents history. The way history is presented as if you yourself are some passive object. It's presented as great dates that happened and led forward always by great men. And if you're not a great man, then you can't do nothing anyway. Stupidity. History is not made by any one man or any one woman. History is only made by the masses of the people. We say we don't understand the confusion. A quick glance will show the stupidity of the concept. George Washington, be he the greatest man on the face of the earth, be he Superman, take George Washington, put him by himself in the middle of the Delaware River, surround him with the British troops. He can't do nothing. 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 Take George Washington out of the Delaware. Put the people in the Delaware, determined, enthusiastic about their cause. No force on earth will stop them. It is the people and the people alone who make history, not any one great individual. Once you begin clearly to see this concept and to understand this concept, then you will not only know that you can make history, you will know that you have a responsibility to make history. The system makes you irresponsible without you even being aware of it. What it does to people in general in history is so terrible. But what it does in particular relationship to the African is tragic. The African living in America is ashamed of Africa. Why? Because his history is presented to him by the enemy, bourgeois theoreticians in the pay of capitalist services. His history is written for him by those who seek to uphold and defend the backward capitalist system. Thus, when he comes even to talk about Africa, he is ashamed of Africa. Why? Like the man who hates communism, he knows nothing about it. It's the same process, you see. For us, it's a little bit tighter. It has to be. It has to be. But it's the same thing. You'll find a man the other day, I said to him, my brother, you African? I ain't no African. Blacker than me. I wasn't born in Africa. All right. If you were born on a ship, what would you be? I don't know nothing about Africa, of course. When you're born, you don't know nothing about nothing. It's only when you learn something about something that you learn something. You know about America. You didn't born learning about America. You don't know Africa because they don't teach you anything about Africa. Yes, of course not. But it's your responsibility to learn about Africa. We do not just want to clap when we show clearly and expose the nature of the problem. We want more enthusiastic clap for the solution, because that's how the problem will be solved. Yes.
Good one.
If the university doesn't teach you anything about Africa and you don't know anything about Africa, it's
Such
your
a
fault.
good speaker.
Double times your fault. You're stupid in the first place for thinking they're going to teach you about it, and double foolish in the second place for not doing something about it.
We're going to keep in mind everything he says when we read Juche. Anytime we're reading a Juche work, seriously.
Where their home is. Tragedy indeed. If one has no history, one can have no understanding, no tools on which to analyze the present, let alone map out the future. This is clear, crystal clear. In order for a man, a woman to know precisely where they're going, they must have some understanding of that which came before them. If you don't know where you come from, you don't know where you're going. For example, what is the name of the main street in Athens? What is the name of the main street here? Broad Street. Let's say I live at 485 Broad Street. It's very simple, you know. I get up in the morning about 8 o'clock. I go to my job. By 12 o'clock, I forgot where I came from. When job is over, I don't know what to do. See, it's very simple. You must know where you come from and know where you're going.
Share his disdain for academia, Gene.
And if we don't know we came from Africa, we really don't know where we're going. It's really very simple. Before we can speak, before we can come to look and solve the problems of our people, we must, number one, understand history. We say it, it's the truth. The beautiful thing about the truth is that even if you're against the truth, you got to get up publicly and admit the truth. For example, any one of you who cheat, raise your hands, then get up and defend cheating. You see the truth? The truth, the almighty truth. The truth, yes. You must learn your history. Your history will not be given to you by the university professor. Can you not, as a group of students, organize yourself, sit down, discipline yourself, and study your history? Why not? Why not? Simply because the capitalist system makes you irresponsible? Why not? Simply because the capitalist system has rendered you useless to your people? And if it has rendered you useless to your people, and your people are engaged in struggle, you are against your people. At best, you're making the people carry dead weight, and they got enough weight to carry. You must study your history. You must be responsible. You are students and you don't even read. How stupid. I tell you, anything you get your hands on, read. I tell you, read. Instead of boogalooing so much, read. Instead of playing bizwiz so much, read. You might learn something. And the more you know, the better able you are to serve humanity. You must read. We say we must organize the people. We come to get those Africans who are conscious. But we have a responsibility to all people. Revolution based on truth is universal. If it benefits one sector of humanity, it benefits all sectors of humanity. Thus, we say the Africans must organize. But we say that the white poor must organize even more than the Africans, because the white poor is exploited and is not even conscious of their exploitation. It's a vicious system. It is a vicious system. Thus, the white student sitting here has really a responsibility upon his or her back if, in fact, they are conscious human beings. The challenge, of course, is a great challenge, but life without a challenge wouldn't be life. My father used to tell me,
life
son,
is
the harder
struggle.
the battle, the sweeter the victory. I don't want any easy task in life. That doesn't benefit anything. I want to be tested to the limit of my capacities, and if it's for the benefit of humanity, test me. Test me. Test me. We must fight for socialism.
I keep forgetting his
We must
name.
fight for socialism. Oh, I know. Now, you don't know anything about it, let me tell you, just between you and I. See, one thing we have in common is, me too, I was educated formerly in the United States of America. They're so great that when they destroy something for you, they make you think that you don't have to worry about destroying it. They tell you communism is bad, and they're so powerful and influential that you automatically think, yes, it's bad, and that's it. I mean, you don't even try to find out for yourself. Now, I know socialism. I know, oh, they will confuse you. I know, I understand, yes. So, I mean, is it possible? Oh, they will confuse you. You know what they will do? Look how tricky they are. I will tell you that socialism is the best economic system on the earth. I'll tell you that socialism is an economic system where there is no exploitation of one by the other. I will tell you that under socialism, the people own and control the means of production. Therefore, materially, once the people own and control the means of production, the profit motive is taken out of the system. Therefore, the only motive one can have now is service to humanity. I can also tell you that under socialism, you have a planned system. I can tell you that under socialism, you will get justice. Tomorrow, you can go to your professor. You can say, last night we heard Kwame Ture. And Kwame Ture told us that socialism is the best system in the world. He told us that under socialism, there is no injustice. He told us that under socialism, there's no exploitation of man by man. He told us that under socialism, life would be better and everybody will be able to give their full creative potentials to humanity. Do you know what your professor will say? He or she, sounding very intelligent, will say, what Mr. Ture said is correct. That is to say that socialism will give you all of these things, but it's rather utopian. Now, when your professor tells you that socialism is utopian, you think your professor is talking about socialism. Not at all. Your professor is talking about the nature of man and woman. Your professor is talking about what he or she believes to be the nature of man or woman. And what he or she believes to be the nature of man and woman is that man can never live on the earth in justice. So what your professor is telling you, don't fight. Stop. You can't get there anyhow. Capitalism is the best of all possible evils. Let's live with it and do the best we can. It's a backward system. The system has to be overthrown. You must fight for socialism. We say the movement towards history follows an inevitable course. It is determined by historical events. It is independent of the will of man and woman. The best that man and woman can do is come to understand these historical forces, master them, and use them for the benefit of humanity. But let it be understood, it is independent of man and woman. If you, for example, in 1966, before there was a rebellion in Atlanta, Georgia, go into the African community and ask them honestly, do you all want to revolt? Do you all think all of you all should get together one night and throw some bricks and start burning down the town? Every one of them will tell you no. And at the time they tell you no, they are absolutely sincere. They're absolutely honest. There is no hatch of conspiracy in their mind. They really don't want it. But a policeman comes, shoots down a brother. It's one too many. Everybody jumps up at the same time, burn, shoot, kill. You understand? They had no control. They had to do it. It's the historical forces. Once it comes, you have only two alternatives. Either you with the people or you against the people. It's very simple. The historical forces of the world is sweeping the world towards socialism. This is clear. And every time American imperialism goes to struggle against the socialist forces, it's defeated. Yes. It was defeated in Korea. It was defeat. They didn't call it defeat, but it was defeat.
Yes, it
was. Said
was.
a rose by any name still smells the same. Yes. They were defeated in Vietnam. It was a defeat. Nixon lied. He said it was honorable peace. We didn't even know him that far. He was defeated. They have been recently defeated in Angola. They are being defeated in Iran. Everywhere the forces of American imperialism are being defeated, and they're being defeated before the onslaught of socialism. It behooves the American youth to understand what socialism is, since his country is going to call upon him to fight against it. It's for your benefit. My responsibility is to know the truth and tell you the truth. Your responsibility is either to live up to the truth or to die by falsehood. Socialism is the system that's coming. Socialism is a system that's based on no exploitation of one by the other, simply because under that system, the people own and control everything. Ain't no Rockefellers. Don't know one somebody own everything, and the man who really working own nothing. Finally, for the organization, let it be understood, We said that this organization must come, the Africans must organize, but we emphasize, especially here in Georgia, especially in the South, the white poor must be organized. The white poor must be organized. Conscious college students must begin to do proper political education amongst the white poor, showing them the roots of their exploitation, not talking to them about racism. Talk to them about the roots of their exploitation. Once they see and understand the capitalist system, they will understand racism. The white youth has the responsibility. You may let the responsibility go. It's your problem, not mine. You have a life to live. Either you live it or somebody else lives it for you. When they called me to go to Vietnam, I told them they're crazy. Me? Go to Vietnam? You must be crazy. We'll put you in jail. Bring me all the books you can by Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Schumer, Che Guevara. Bring them. Oh, no, of course I can't go to. Why can I? Why? When I decide to kill, this is the highest law. Kill. I must make that decision. No one can make the decision for me for whom I will kill. Never. Not even for how I will die. Me, I can die. But to take another man's life, this here is something different. This one is entirely, this is a conscious act. When you give me a gun and put a gun in my hand and tell me to go and kill someone, the only reason I will not find out who I'm killing or why I'm killing is if, in fact, I'm a mercenary, whether I know it or I don't know it, incidentally. And what is really tragic is sometimes some people are mercenaries and don't even know they're mercenaries. It's a tragic system. Africans. We who have a problem must come to analyze our problem. African students, those who are conscious, seeing that their people are oppressed, understand that there can be no other greater motivating force than to fight for the liberation of the people. Obviously, an intelligent man, a conscious man, even a stupid man must know that until one is free, one cannot appreciate life. Clearly. Until one is free, one cannot appreciate one's own culture, let alone another's culture. Freedom, then, is the essential prerequisite for living. We say it again. Freedom is the essential prerequisite for living, for one to be able to contribute fully one's creative contributions to humanity. If one doesn't make contributions to humanity, one has wasted life. I say the system will confuse you. Mr. Rockefeller has made a lot of money, a whole lot of money. He will pass on. He can't take the money with him. The money must stay, obviously. All his life, he's worked for this money. All his life. To get this money, he's exploited you. He's exploited me. He's exploited everybody. Of course, he made it look like if he didn't exploit us. At best, it made it look like he was just super intelligent, and we were so stupid we couldn't make the money he made, and he had more individual initiative than the rest of us. Well, however he tries to, we know he's got the money. But Mr. Rockefeller cannot take the money with him. What contribution has Rockefeller made to humanity? Isn't it better that Rockefeller had come like a cow, so at least we could eat him when he died or before he died? Of what purpose?
Great.
We say that we must be responsible. We do not come to the earth to take from the earth. We do not come to life to take from life. We come to give. It's a give and take. When you take all the time, you are a parasite.
Actually, it was harmful.
When you take all the time, you're a parasite. And if you're a parasite, you're living off of others and making no worthwhile contribution to life. You're not even living because you must live off the blood of others. It is better for you to pump your own blood and even give your blood to others than to have others take your blood. The African student who's conscious. The African student who will not allow capitalism to make him irresponsible, who fights all the time to be responsible, to fulfill his responsibility to humanity. This student is all the time conscious, studying, looking at, discussing the problems that his people faces. The conscious student. The conscious student. The conscious student. The one who recognizes that he must be free. The one who recognizes that his body is just an instrument for the service of his people. This student will all the time be looking to see how to solve the problem. This student who has been doing this knows that there's one solution to the problem we face, and that is Pan-Africanism, the total liberation and unification of Africa under scientific socialism. That is to say, and we must properly understand it. Of course, we have confusion everywhere. There are some who will come to tell you that in order for us to be free, we must first free ourselves here. And then after we free ourselves here, we can... This stupidity. Clear stupidity, ahistorical perspective. The man or the woman who advocates this problem knows nothing of history. The man or woman who understands this, who gives this solution, knows nothing of dialectics. They don't even know of the interrelationship of all forces on the earth. As a matter of fact, they just see America, nothing but America, and worse than that, they see the world the way America wants them to see the world. It can be lightly said. It can be lightly said. We don't want to be accused of being called racist. It can be lightly said that the wealth and labor of Africa built America and Europe and keeps it sustained to this day. It can be lightly said. Any intelligent man, not even a conscious one now, an intelligent man can simply see that since this wealth and labor is what keeps this up, until this wealth and labor is used for this, this will never go anywhere. That is to say, until Africa is free, we can never be free. Until your home is free, you can never be free. Our problem is we don't know where home is, of course. We must understand when we come to struggle what we're struggling. We're struggling against the capitalist system. It's powerful. It's a powerful system. It operates on scientific laws. It knows no sentimentality. It pursues its objective with a stubbornness that will not shake, only be shaken by the will and the determination of the masses of the people. Let me show you what capitalism will do to you, how serious it is, because we may take it as a plaything. You are a child, 13 or 14 years old, 11 years old, even 10, 9. Your mother sends you to be entertained, that is to say, to enjoy yourself, on a Saturday afternoon to go to the movies. Let it be understood. When one comes to enjoy oneself, when one comes to be entertained, one is at one's most relaxed position. It is in this relaxed position that propaganda can be easily pumped into the minds of the people. You see, it's all scientific. You just go and read even some of their bare laws on psychology, you will see it. You come to the movies, you're a child. You sit down, you pay your money, you come, you're eating popcorn, and while you're sitting there, they're pushing Tarzan into you, just pushing it. You walk out of the movies, you love Tarzan, you hate yourself, and you come back next week paying some more money to be entertained. The system knows what it's doing. The system knows exactly what it is doing. Just like it takes people time and wastes their time on television. It shows nonsense just to waste your time. It'll show you sports. Keep you talking about the Super Bowl for 3 months. Bunk the Super Bowl, price is rising. You understand? They'll make you talk about nonsense for hours. Happy days. The hell with happy days. Ain't no food on the table. They will do everything to confuse you. You have a responsibility. Those students who really want to know, especially African students, and solve the problems of the people, those who know that Pan-Africanism is the only solution, must be ready now to come and work for this solution. Those who don't know. That is to say that those who don't know, those African students who don't know what the solution is, it just means you're irresponsible. You don't even try to think about your people. Clearly. Because since you know your people are oppressed, at least you'll be thinking about the problem, at least. Or you can be so imbued with capitalist philosophy that you may surrender to unjust forces just because they seem to overwhelm you. Once you do that, you know nothing of the tradition of your people, and here you really need some history on the struggles of your people. That will suffice the problem quickly. A good shot in the arm of the struggles of your people, and you will understand it. We say you must come now to struggle. Those who do not know, if now they come to recognize their responsibility, they must begin to take steps to work for the people.
That's why the U.S. is so
if your people are oppressed,
teaching that actual
and you are
history.
not fighting to help free the people, by your very act of inactivity, you are against the people. If your people are oppressed, and you are not struggling to help free the people, by your very act of inactivity, you are against the people, totally against them. Therefore, we must come now to give our strengths and our energies to the people. How to do this? There's only one way to do it. Whether the correct way or the incorrect way, one thing is certain. Unless we are organized, there isn't anything we can do. Therefore, above all, we must be organized. Above all, we must be organized. Above all, we must be organized. Logic says it clearly. One man, one woman can't free the people. If one man, if one woman could have freed us, we would have been freed. So many movie stars out here, they'd have just freed us for the ego of it. If they didn't do it, I would have done it. And if I didn't do it, even you would help free us if you could, wouldn't you? Of course. Of course. Of course. No one man, no one woman can free the people. Only the people properly organized can free the people. Only the people properly organized can free the people. Look at our state of affairs. In South Africa, we're totally disorganized. In Zimbabwe, disorganization. In Egypt, disorganization. In Algeria, disorganization. In Senegal, disorganization. In Nigeria, disorganization. In Ghana, disorganization. In Gambia, disorganization. In Trinidad, disorganization. In Jamaica, disorganization. In Brazil, disorganization. In Suriname, disorganization. In Guyana, disorganization. In Mississippi, disorganization. In California, disorganization. In New York, disorganization. at this university, with the few that we have, disorganization. Everywhere. Everywhere. And what the capitalist system does is to try to undermine our will and our determination to be organized. The only way it wins is because we're divided. The only way it wins is because we've been divided. We say it all the time. You say it morning, noon, and night.
1979.
You got to stop saying it and start doing something to correct it. And the only way to correct it is to move to organize the masses of our people. It is clear that the capitalist crisis is going to get worse. No one needs to ask about that. Even a fool can see it. It's going to get worse. It's going to get rougher out here. And everyone knows, even a blind man knows, even Ray Charles knows, even Stevie Wonder knows, any blind man of any color knows that when it gets rough in America, he knows who's going to be the first and the hardest hit. Even if you're blind, you need to organize. Even if you're blind, you need to organize. I say that the trouble is coming. You can see it. This crisis is getting worse. It ain't going to get no better. And what's making this worse is the people outside cutting off the tentacles of imperialism. The Iranian people cutting. OPEC rising the prices. Don't get mad at those people. You want justice. You must support those people. Get mad at the capitalist pigs who run the country in your name and try to steal the people's resources. Every time the American system finds itself in an economic crisis, there is only one way to get out of it. W-A-R, war. Because, of course, capitalism is war. That's what it is. This time, when the American capitalist system goes into crisis, ain't nobody going nowhere. The war's going to be right here. The war's going to be right here. Oh, they may talk about getting up the draft again, but ain't nobody going to fight for them. Vietnam will come right back in their face. Ain't nobody going. And for the African community, we tell you, a brother tried to go, we break his leg here before he moved. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. The war must be waged here by the masses of the people against the capitalist pigs who seek continually to exploit the people just to heap profit and put it in their individual backward pockets. How can a country as America, rich as it is, technically powerful as it is, be able to say really and seriously that it cannot feed the people in the country? How can a country like America, as rich as it is, come to tell us that it can't have free university for everybody, free medical care for everybody, take care of the elderly people who have given their labor and their sweat to humanity? The system must be overthrown. It has to be overthrown. It has to be overthrown. Those African students who are conscious, those of you who want to do something for your people, in the back around you will find some brothers and sisters. They work for the All-African People's Revolutionary Party. They are like you, students and workers. They may be perhaps unlike you, a little bit more conscious. That is to say, they recognize that they better get up and do something quick, fast now in a hurry to help organize the people. You will find them. They will talk to you and explain to you. Those who have time after this is over with the question and answer periods, we can stay and discuss it. Those of you who do not want to join the All-African People's Revolutionary Party, those the white youth here who think that, well, this man Carmichael talk nonsense. Well, even if you talk nonsense, one thing you can't tolerate, one thing you can't disagree with is that this man telling you better organize and telling you better use your knowledge to serve humanity. You better use your knowledge to serve humanity. I tell you that because I know if you truly use your knowledge to serve humanity, you got to fight for socialism. That's how sure I am of what I say. Africans, you must come now and organize your people. We know that one man, one woman cannot free the people. We know that. And we know that if the people are oppressed and we're not doing anything to help end the oppression, we are objectively against the people, whether we know it or not. Whether we know it or not. Well, sometimes we don't know it, but if you're not working for the people, you're against them. If you're not now in an organization working for the benefit of your people, you're against your people. As students, those of you who come here to this university, you have a responsibility. Either you come and you take the knowledge here and you use the knowledge to help humanity, or you take the knowledge and use it to become rich. Let it be properly understood. If being rich is the dominant force, you cannot ride the two together. Even the Bible says you cannot serve two masters at the same time. Either you must come here motivated by a love for the people, or come here motivated by a love of money.
If you come here motivated by a love of money, if you come here as a cheating student, if you haven't learned anything tonight, then I want you to learn this. Take your knowledge, learn your knowledge by yourself, don't cheat, and do everything you can to help humanity. Thank you.
That was a good one. Much question and answer. Probably. I think that's...
It can get worse.
I think we can begin. Yeah.
Thank you, first of all, and for the enlightening lecture, and I hope you remember when I met you at the University of Lagos 69.
Yes. I'm glad to see you again, my brother.
And I hope the struggle for the African people will continue, and I think it will continue, and the African people are very, very conscious. Wherever they go, they are becoming conscious of the problem, either in the United States or somewhere else. And even the American people themselves, they are becoming aware of the struggle that the African, they are leading, and they are trying to help themselves. Because when I came here, and many of the African people, the same situation, African or ignored as a kind of curiosity to come to them. But I think most of them are becoming aware of the African people, that they exist as a human being like them, and, and many of them, they share the struggle already, they're starting sharing the struggle. I just want you to ask some questions. Do you think, one question in fact, do you think socialism, Russian I mean here, or communism is fit for the African people? Or the African people should create their own socialism or their own communism, something which is very congenial to their own culture, to their own ideology, instead of importing another ideology, Russian, because personally, I do not believe that the Russian socialism or the Chinese communism is or fit for the African people. The African people have to produce, because the Russian socialism, it was for the Russian people, not for the African people, like the NATO, or even to some extent the United Nations. And here I go beyond. The United Nations or the NATO was not for the African people, because they were not created, not motivated by the African people. So I think you have to think about the idea of importing Russian or communism or any foreign ideology to Africa. We have to create from our intelligentsia, for our knowledge, as you refer to it, we have to create our consciousness. Thank you so much again.
Thank you for the question. It's good to see you again. 1969, Lagos.
Lagos, the University of Lagos, in the basement in the library.
I remember it. I remember it. Thank you. Well, the struggle continues. The struggle continues. We get stronger, as a matter of fact, more determined to win. Truth, we know, is universal. It must be. 2 + 2 is 4 in China. 2 + 2 is 4 in Moscow. 2 + 2 is 4 in Timbuktu. 2 + 2 is 4 in Athens, Georgia. Truth is universal. Truth cannot be invented. It can only be observed and reported. Scientific socialism is a truth. Of course, in our compilation of knowledge, in our attempts to help assist ourselves remember things, sometimes, for the sake of remembrance, we may become a little bit sloppy about precision. Let me give you an example of what I speak. We may call the laws of gravity Newton's laws. That is to say, we refer to them commonly as Newton's laws. Newton cannot invent that a body in motion tends to stay in motion unless stopped by an outside force. He cannot invent this. The best that Newton can do is to observe it, and the best we can do is to know that he might have been the first man to have recorded it, written or oral. But certainly, as a baby, I knew that a body in motion tends to stay in motion unless stopped by an outside force when I ran into an object. I say we call it Newton's law, but Newton couldn't invent it, he observed it. So too, we come to confuse socialism sometimes, and the capitalist system, wherever we make mistakes, will aid us in our mistakes. Aid us in our mistakes. Aid us to make them bigger, that is. Yeah. We come to see socialism sometimes as belonging to Marx or belonging to Engels or belonging to the Russians or belonging to the Chinese. Not at all. Just as the laws of gravity cannot belong to Newton, so too the laws of socialism cannot belong to Marx. They cannot belong to Engels. The best that they can do is to properly observe these laws and record them. The best we can do is say, these are people who were the first we know to have recorded socialism or concepts and precepts of socialism. Socialism is a universal truth. Its principles are, one, that the people must own and control the means of production. Number two, the system must be planned properly, and there must be all scientific and technique data used to improve it. Power must come from the people and be emanated by the people. I'm coming. That is to say that socialism in Russia, socialism in China, socialism in Europe, socialism in Africa must be the same like 2 + 2. It may look different. Its manifestations will be different. There are different cultures. The culture of China is not the culture of Africa. Because they're different cultures doesn't mean that they're automatically antagonistic to each other. Not at all. The culture of Europe, the culture of Africa are different cultures. Therefore, the manifestation of socialism in Africa, the manifestation of socialism in China, the manifestation of socialism in Russia will be different. But the essence will be the same, as it is with 2 + 2. If we went to China and we wanted to see 2 + 2 is 4, they will do 2 + 2 is 4 for us on the hibiscus board. If we go to Africa and we ask for 2 + 2 is 4, they will do 2 + 2 is 4 for us with the kauri beads. If we go to Russia and we ask for 2 + 2, they may give us 2 + 2 is 4 with wheat grain. They're different manifestations, but the essence is the same. The truth is there. Therefore, we in Africa must fight for scientific socialism. Those in Russia must fight for scientific socialism. And just since no one has a monopoly on socialism, it is not to be assumed that any one country will be the first to arrive at socialism. That one must be clear. And also, since no one has a monopoly on socialism, it cannot be assumed that if one country moves forward and makes mistakes and falls back and even seems to be revising its stand, that's no reason for us to be discouraged. On the contrary, we hold stronger to truth.
Remember when the colonization, the French or the English came?
Yes.
The same thing, like just recently in Ethiopia. I think they say socialism, but the books of Lenin and Marxists are sold there. We don't need them.
No, we can read them. We can always learn.
They came. Remember the French what did when what we call assimilation, the policy of assimilation. When the French came, they colonized they wanted to produce African French, and they did, like Senghor.
Exactement.
You see. And in France, they have a white French representing French ambassador, Senegalese ambassador. But these people, when they came, if we bring Russia, they don't come just as they don't. Socialism is associated with them. So as they come there, you have their flag, you have their books,
I understand the problem.
and their language.
I understand the problem. I think, the problem here is not so much socialism as the objective, as much as our cultural integrity and the ideology. Socialism is an objective. The ideology, that is that thing which is to guide us to socialism, must be ours and authentically ours. Our party fights for socialism. For example, the Chinese Communist Party, holding true to its principles, fights for socialism. The Chinese use Maoism as an ideology to get them to socialism in China. If I in Africa also use Maoism to get me, I'll be confused. I can only use the culture of Africa to arrive me at where I want to go. Therefore, my ideology is Nkrumahism, and here I'm correct. But this Nkrumahism is not at all in opposition to Marxism-Leninism, not at all, on the contrary. We take the universal truths of Marx and Lenin. We take the universal truths of Mao Zedong. We take the universal truths of Ho Chi Minh. We take the universal truths of the capitalist system, because truth can come out of the mouth of anyone, even the enemy. And these truths we take and we mold, but these truths are molded according to our culture, our understanding, and the level of production of our society. It's not imposed, and we cannot at all impose ideology. Never. Thank you.
My name is Doug Teeper. I'm organizer of the Truth Demands Justice concern.
I'm glad.
And victim of the Kent State atrocities.
Oh, excellent.
And I'm also a candidate for student body government.
It's the same discussion we had with the libs today.
I'd like your opinion is, can destruction of the system best come within or outside force?
What do you mean outside? Do you mean, because I'm not sure, some people say, I want to get inside the system, then I'll help overturn it, but when they get inside, they look like all the others, and it do like all the others. So do you mean to get in the system, or do you mean I'm not sure, are you talking outside or inside, physically or ideologically? Well, it must be ideologically, obviously.
No, it can be physically, and there you can cause destruction within the system.
Yes.
Don't you believe that capitalism is a self-destructive system?
It is. It is.
That's right.
But
so can you not, if you obtain a position inside capitalism, can you not thus hurry the process?
Yes, but you must hurry the process. What I say is that some people, if they're not careful, get into the process and automatically become contaminated with the process. As a matter of fact, the only safeguard against going into the system and messing with the system is when you have an ideology which is diametrically opposed to capitalism. That is to say, once you go in there and you know properly the truth, and you have an organization which continually aids you in your ideological struggle, because if you go in by yourself, with all the honesty and integrity, you will come out probably corrupt. The best you can do is just to walk out without being corrupted. Well, I congratulate you for your work as an organizer.
Yeah,
I salute you for your work on the Kent
Good
stage.
luck.
You should keep up the struggle. It is a just struggle. Do not be discouraged. I wish you good luck in your campaign. And if you get elected, use your office for the students. Use your office for the students uncompromisingly. Use it.
The revolution comes.
Yes, I would like to ask you, do you believe in the Martin Luther King theory, or are you strictly communist? Also, like I was born and raised on a farm, and like I can't use all these philosophical words, so forth and so on, and I'm not, well, I went a year and a half of junior college, but I didn't get a degree. But I would really like to know, do you believe a person like John Roseberg told me, the professional baseball player said once, you can go to elementary school and like you learn a little knowledge, and when you come out of high school, you're supposed to learn common sense, but when you go to college, that's where your degrees come in, that's where your education come in. He said you can miss one of the three and you can come out of school an educated fool. Do you believe people are supposed to have common sense or the education?
Let's see, I think I can detect 3 questions. On the first question, as a brother born on a farm, if I use words which you don't understand, please, let me tell you that what you should do is to write those words down and go study them and know them as well as I know them. Because there's nothing I can do that you can't do. And you must never let anybody whoop you with any knowledge, because it belongs to everybody. And as your brother, I urge you and encourage you to learn these words and to understand them, to know capitalism, to know communism, and to know socialism. I urge you to know them for yourself, not to take my word for it or anybody else's word for it, because they're forces that are fighting in the world over it. On your question about Dr. King, no conscious man, no conscious woman can have any principal disagreement with Dr. King. I, being a conscious man, striving every day to be more conscious than I was yesterday, can never have any principal disagreement with Dr. King. Dr. King was a man who demonstrated properly that above all the interests of the masses came first. He clearly demonstrated that the value of his life could never be questioned in terms of a relationship in regards to the people's interest. Myself, for me, this is the greatest good. This is the best life that a man can live. I, however, do disagree with Dr. King on certain tactical areas. Now, the confusion arises, again, when you make a mistake, you see the press will help to create and widen the diversions. The problem arises because Dr. King, while being a great man, while being a sincere man, while being a devout man, was a man who made some mistakes. The mistakes he made represent us because he fought for us. He came from us. He fought with us. Therefore, we have a responsibility to properly analyze the mistakes that Dr. King made so that we ourselves do not repeat these mistakes. The television press, the mass media, those who control the society today do not want this. As a matter of fact, they want to further confuse us. Let me show you how the confusion can arise. They can say, for example, Dr. Martin Luther King, and right out of Dr. Martin Luther King, next word coming out of their mouth is nonviolence.
Still,
so that when you talk about Dr. King, as a matter of fact, all you talk about is nonviolence. The very question which you raise is that when you say the Dr. Martin Luther King theory, I know what you mean to say, nonviolence. Dr. King's error was that he confused a tactic with a principle. Nonviolence is not a principle. It cannot be. It can only be a tactic. It is a means to achieve certain ends. Dr. King, because he was an honest man, because he was a sincere man, because he was a dedicated man, and because he had a history of theology, it was easy for him to confuse this tactic, nonviolence, and make it a principle. Once Dr. King made the confusion of making a tactic a principle, that is to make nonviolence, which is a tactic, a principle, Dr. King now had to say, because he was an honest man, that the only way we can achieve our liberation is through nonviolence. What he now did was to say the only way. If you examine properly this statement, it means that if Dr. King could achieve his liberation by getting an army together and a battalion together and waging some struggle with the army, he won't do it. That the only way he will do it is through nonviolence. Obviously, this is an error. Nonviolence is not a principle, it is a tactic. As a member of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, I didn't join the Southern Christian Leadership Conference because the Southern Christian Leadership Conference advocated that nonviolence must be a way of life, a principle. I joined the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, which advocated that nonviolence was a tactic. That is to say, for us in SNCC, if we could achieve our liberation, if we could achieve our objective by being nonviolent, we'd be nonviolent. But if in order to achieve the liberation of our people, we have to throw some hand grenades, we're chucking them. I hope you understood it.
That'll be the last question.
That was good. That was great.
No question.
I've been following closely what has been going on in the press as regards the American Red China relationship. And I know that a lot of third world countries have been trying to emulate Chinese approach of socialism. And I'm not sure where this relationship between Red China and the US is going to, how this is going to change things, you know, as far as the third world or developing countries are concerned. What do you think about this relationship? Is it going to help Chinese people in their drive towards socialism?
The policies being directed by the leadership of China can in no way help the masses of the people of China. When the Chinese vice premier stands and tells us that America, China, and the so-called third world countries should join hands against the Soviet Union, he is a totally confused man. My biggest enemy is not the Soviet Union. My biggest enemy right now is
Red Falcon, that echoes John Trudell, that quote, the aim is not to outfight them. There may be times to fight, but the aim is not to outfight them because they invented that type of death, unquote. Like that.
Smith and Vorster and American imperialism.
That's why I always say I have dishonesty.
And I will not have him come and confuse me, just like the Americans can't tell me who my enemy is. He cannot tell me who my enemy is. He will not confuse me. My enemy is American imperialism. If he needs to join hands with America for Russia, that's his problem. That's his problem. But certainly he cannot sell out the interests of the millions of the Chinese people who struggle and suffer and move forward for socialism. It cannot be destroyed The movement can only go forward. There are setbacks always, no reason to be discouraged with scientific development. They will go forward. He's only trying to confuse. My enemy is not the Soviet Union. Why I'm going to the Soviet Union with Smith stand? Does it mean that I should join hands with Smith and we go fight the Soviet Union? He sounds just like Smith. He sounds just like Foster. That's just what they say. He's a communist, the Soviet Union that's giving them the guns to shoot us. He sounds just like him. No wonder he's in Zaire holding up puppet regimes in Africa. But we do not, of course, denounce the Chinese people. We know the people will move forward to freedom. But the reactionary leadership, it will die away as surely as Mao Zedong died. Mm-hmm. Well, we thank you. One more question, I'm sorry.
I'd just like to state an opinion. You said that capitalism is backwards and it should be destroyed. Stupid,
reactionary,
repulsive.
and barbaric. No, I didn't use the word repulsive. That's too mild.
Well, I'd just like to state my opinion that I think violence is barbaric and stupid and repulsive, and that's my opinion.
But please, may I ask you a question? Please. Just for clarification. All right, now, I'm not sure, are you agreeing that capitalism is bad or you don't think it's bad?
I didn't say.
Huh?
I didn't say anything about it.
But what do you think about it?
Capitalism?
Yes.
Well.
Well, let me ask you this question.
I live in a capitalist society.
Okay, let me make it easier.
Okay, yeah, please. Yeah.
If you were a slave and I were your master, and the only way for you to be free was to strike your blow to kill me, what would you do? He didn't answer? Oh. I didn't hear him answer. Are there any? Yes, we're ready. Yeah, get us into the mic.
As a Muslim in the United States, I've been encouraged by the power of religion in Iran in eradicating oppression. And I wonder if you would speak to, I'm a little nervous, I wonder if you would speak to that power, the power of the faith, and the unity of people in one God, and to see what role you think that plays in world affairs.
I could address myself, particularly the question about Islam, but I would like to address it generally to all religions. That is to say, not just Islam. I will speak also of Christianity, Hare Krishna movement, unification of God, all religions. The reason why men and women cling to religions is because all religions preach righteousness. All religions tell us that in the end, irrespective of the struggles that we must undergo, irrespective of all the struggles and the injustices that we have to bear, that we should bear these with the conviction and the knowledge that in the end, justice will triumph. This is the essence of all great religions. Of course, we know that principles live on. Unfortunately, it's the weakness and the failings of humanity that cannot make us properly grab the principles. A Christian cannot be a Christian if there is injustice and that Christian is not actively fighting against injustice. A Muslim cannot be a true upholder of Islam, cannot claim to be a follower of the Prophet of Muhammad if in the face of injustice all he does is bow down 5 times a day. A member of Hare Krishna movement cannot really claim to be a member of Hare Krishna movement if in the face of injustice all they do is chant. No, we say all true religions tell us that it is our responsibility to struggle against injustice. Religions Like all things are tools and weapons. They can either be used for the benefit of humanity, like knowledge, or they can be used against humanity. I say, depending upon who is controlling the religion, it will either be used for the benefit of humanity or against humanity. Reverend Ike claims to be a minister of the gospel. Dr. Martin Luther King claims to be a minister of the gospel. Ike preaches Christianity. King preaches Christianity. Ike uses Christianity to rip off the people. King uses Christianity to mobilize the people, put the people in the street, and make the people fight against injustice while singing hymns and chanting the name of the Lord. All truly religious people must be involved in struggles against injustice. All truly religious people must be revolutionary. If one says one is a Christian, if one says that one has the love of Allah in one's heart, if one says that one follows the principles of religions and one is not fighting against injustice, one is a hypocrite and the truth is not in one, and one is not a child of God, one is in fact a servant of the devil. We can get him go. Last question.
Yeah, I've been active in prisons in the United States since the Rockefeller.
One thing I like about what you just said there, DJ. I know I've whipped this quote out already, but that great Lenin quote. If I can find it here. This one. Such an important quote, I think, for certain people, especially to remember. Unity in this really revolutionary struggle of the oppressed class for the creation of a paradise on earth, more important to us than the unity of proletarian opinion on paradise in heaven.
Rockefeller slaughter in Attica in 1971.
I applaud you because I applaud all organizers and strugglers for justice.
And you spoke earlier of lack of organization, and I've been to Attica and I've returned to Auburn prison, the so-called Black Man's University, since 1971. I've gone back every year, and I wonder what your feelings are, or if you have any theories as far as how there could be more of a outside-inside communication for not between blacks and between prisoners in general. I mean, how can we make more awareness and more communicate in this? Because I really think there's a great need for it.
The only way is through organization. The best way is through revolutionary organizations. But the only way is organization. It is only through organization that, first of all, the education will be systematic on a constant basis, which is necessary. We, as revolutionaries, know that it doesn't make sense to begin a job and put the job down without finishing the job. Not only will the job discourage us, but it will discourage others who come after us. Therefore, revolutionary organizations of parties which incorporate the prisoners inside the parties and do not make the prisoners a separate entity outside from the people. This is the only way. We wish to thank you, and again, if you disagree with me, I've got no problem. That's no problem. I do want you, however, to use your knowledge for humanity and don't let the capitalist system use you. Thank you. Those African students who are conscious, if you please just come on the right side of the room if you
It's
want
all
to do
for
some
one
serious work
motherfucker
for
and
the
one
people who
motherfucker
hear
for
about.
all motherfuckers everywhere. You know what I'm saying?
That's good. Always a pleasure listening to him. That was a good choice there, chat. Fantastic. Well, yeah, I mean, religions can definitely be interesting. And again, like, there's, like Lennon was showing in that quote, right? It's one thing to be atheist, that's fine. But to be militantly atheist to the point where you're, like, anti-religious is actually makes you kind of be anti-communist at the end of the day. And that's something that we should try and avoid. Right? There's such thing as, like, revolutionary theologists. We're doing like incredible work all around the world and fighting against like reactionary ideas in their own way. Okay, so here's what we're gonna watch tomorrow.
More clashes in Ukraine's capital, Kiev.
What we saw here today was a revolution.
I'm an outsider to this situation, but I would like to jump into the action.
Some atheists are, yeah. But there's some militant like atheists who are anti-religious that I think can be problematic.
Замечены нами радикалы, которые относились к правым партиям, неофашистским организациям.
В том, чтобы посеять хаос.
Создавалось такое впечатление, что в посольстве Соединенных Штатов существует штаб, который управляет этим процессом.
Who was your highest level contact with the U.S. government in this period?
Байденом, вице-президентом. Но дело в том, что господин Байден говорил одно, а в Украине делали другое.
Questions of credibility are being raised after a private chat between two top U.S. diplomats was leaked online.
So you had this remarkable phone call where you have these two senior officials of the U.S. government apparently talking about a coup or how they were planning to restructure the government of Ukraine.
Сценарий захвата власти и государственного переворота.
That reminds me of a quote by the quote, the famous quote by Marx.
In the 1970s. They still want to get rid of certain governments. They wanted regime change in Syria, for instance, regime change in Iran. And they have a lot of allies now inside the news media, inside the government, and that means that they can do a lot to control the narrative. And it works with the American people.
NATO has expanded into 13 countries.
Почему мы так остро реагируем на расширение НАТО? Когда страна становится членом НАТО, ей уже очень трудно сопротивляться.
Falcon, you're not either? Yeah, this is Oliver Stone.
Страны лидера НАТО, как
Ukraine on Fire from 2017. We're going to watch this on Friday.
Система противоракетной обороны, и новые базы, и если потребуется, и новые ударные комплексы. А нам что делать?
The United States is imposing new sanctions in key sectors of the Russian economy.
After the third wave of sanctions hit Russia, the tensions between the two countries skyrocketed. So the question presents itself: are we truly witnessing the beginning of Cold War 2.0?
That will be tomorrow. You went to East Germany right after the wall fell. And what are your thoughts on that, Dirt Nap? Give us your takes on all this. What's your feeling? This was the quote I was thinking of, Mag. Religious suffering is, at one and the same time, the expression of real suffering and a protest against real suffering. Religion is the sigh of the oppressed creature, the heart of a heartless world, and the soul of soulless conditions. It is the opium of the people. The abolition of religion is the illusory happiness of the people, is demand for their real happiness. To call on them to give up their illusions about their condition is to call on them to give up a condition that requires illusions. The criticism of religion is, therefore, in embryo, the criticism of that veil of tears of which religion is the halo. Or that's the opium of the masses quote in full context. Falcon is not atheist. There were entire blocks that were still rebel from World War II. Eight years before. Interesting. Okay, I'm saving this right now. Completely agree with you, 2023. That religious communists are extremely valuable. Revolutionary theologists, whatever you want to call them, doing incredible work all over the world. Awesome, Dirtnap. Glad to hear that. Many of my comrades have been to DPRK. What are your feelings about that? Give us your takes on DPRK then. We're a little vague on the East Russia. You just told us there was rebel from World War II. Speaking of DPRK, this is going to be the next movie we watch. This one is about the Russian snipers' battle with the Ukraine equivalent. Okay. Good. Now you can't go here without a guide. Here's what we're watching on Monday.
엄마, 비둘기는 어떻게 하늘을 나나?
그건 날개가 있기 때문이란다.
나도 날개가 있으면 하늘을 날 수 있나?
그럼.
뛰어내리라.
Yeah, I mean, my point is just I don't think we should discount the work that we shouldn't discount the work that like revolutionary theologists and stuff are doing, because they are doing important work and drawing religious people more towards our struggle as well, right? Yeah, I saw that coming, GMO. That's why I was just like, bye. See ya.
떠서 다니지 말고 땅에 발붙이고 살아라. 노동자 이슈 직전에 출연시킵시다.
아닙니다. 잠깐만.
Yeah, see ya.
땅 속에서나 하늘을 날아보겠다고?
누워서 침뱉으면 제 얼굴에 떨어진다는 걸 알아요.
부처녀가 자꾸만 눈앞에 울거리는 게 깨라는 거 말이에요.
참 재미있거든.
Oh shit. Well, welcome in, Raiders. Thank you for the raid, Dan Simpson. How the hell is it going, everyone? Hope you all are well today. Leaping Larry here. You can call me LL. You can call me Comrade. How was the stream there, Dan Simpson? You're not trying to coop the channel, I hope. Exactly, Dorian. That's where we're at on this. Good stream, good. Well, we were today, of course, we were reading. It's Theory Thursday today. So on this channel, we always do some theory reading on Thursdays and Tuesdays. We're reading Red Skin, White Masks right now. And probably following this, depending on how long this actually takes to finish, I kind of promised, or kind of told the translator for the new Stalin book coming out that I would read that on stream as well. So I have an obligation to do that as well. Welcome in, Raiders. I hope you all are well. Stuck and phoned. Matthew, welcome. We were just saying we're going to watch this Comrade Kim Goes Flying. We're going to watch this on Monday. And we're watching Ukraine on Fire, which is a 2017 Oliver Stone documentary about like the situation in Ukraine. Thought it would be good to sort of go back before, the current conflict in Ukraine and see sort of what led up to this. And how even then they were worrying about war breaking out because of exactly what NATO was doing. We were watching this great speech here. This channel, by the way, we like to have a little fun as well. Ukraine on Fire is good. We have two that we're gonna watch here. The other one is there's another one that's after it too, right? Like there's this one, Ukraine on Fire. Whoops, didn't mean to press play on it. There's this one, Ukraine on Fire. And then there's Revealing Ukraine. This one's 2019. Gonna eventually watch both of these stream. You comrades who just came in though, you must have missed. You gotta see this trailer. This is what we're watching on Monday. This will be a nice change of pace. Look at how wholesome this looks.
엄마, 비둘기는 어떻게 하늘을 나나?
그건 날개가 있기 때문이란다.
나도 날개가 있으면 하늘을 날 수 있나?
그럼.
뛰어내리라!
떠서 다니지 말고 땅에 발붙여 살아라. 노동자의 술 직전에 출연시킵시다.
아닙니다. 잠깐만.
너는 땅속에서나 하늘을 날아보겠다고?
누워서 침대 들면 제 얼굴에 떨어진다는 걸 알아요.
부처녀가 자꾸만 눈앞에 울거리는 게 깨라는 거 말이에요.
문찬 재미가 거든.
That will be Monday on the channel. By the way, you might notice I'm just a still image down here in the corner. That will change, I promise you that. We have a couple good redemptions here, by the way. If you ever want to see a great comic quote, you can just redeem 300 labor vouchers like that. And I'll hit you with a great one like this. This one is great for that Kwame speech we just listened to. Conventional wisdom would have one believe that it is insane to resist this, the mightiest of empires. But what history really shows is that today's empire is tomorrow's ashes, that nothing lasts forever, and that to not resist is to acquiesce your oppression. The greatest form of sanity that anyone can exercise is to resist that force that is trying to repress, oppress, fight down the human spirit. Mumia, who's, I believe, is he still in jail or was he one who was actually released recently? I can't remember. Rick has an episode with his grandson. He's still in. Christ. And of course Leonard as well. LTA is still in. Alright, I have these couple suggestions. By the way, if you ever do have suggestions for stuff you want me to watch on stream, you should join up on our Discord. Jesus, what the heck did I do there? Look at that. We have a fantastic Discord community. You click here, you'll answer a few questions. We're a multi-streamer Discord. We got Valkyrie over here. We got Vivian Vampire. Two fantastic streamers. And if you're looking for a place to find communists to play some video games with, we got a community that plays a large variety of different games. So it's a good place if you're looking for, you know, something away from reactionaries when you're gaming. Come join us. Red Star Vanguard. Thank you for the 420 redemption, comrade. Yeah, put those links in Discord, Sam. I mentioned that to you actually. Just put it. You can just put it in my channel, the Leaping Larry chat or whatever it is, and then I'll just save them to one of my playlists. I have all kinds of stuff for us to get to. Yeah, I want to check out this. I got this like behind the scenes thing that I saved. Check this out. It's called Mass Games Behind the Scenes. This is from DPRK. Alright, Falcon. Hope your call goes well. So this is Mass Games Behind the Scenes. I can't link it because it's... Hey, Commander Red. How's it going, comrade? We're just watching this. Shows a little bit of some behind-the-scenes footage here of the Mass Games. Get a little bit of footage from one of the Mass Games here as well. I'll show you afterwards. I think it's close to the same time period. Nice, Red, nice. Big ass projectors. Holy shit. So the footage I'm going to show you after this isn't exactly from probably the exact same show, but it should give you an idea what the show itself will then look like. What the hell? It didn't come up in the big chat. The panels are cool. Now wait till you actually see the show in effect a little bit here. This is just the preparations. It's like the biggest show. It's like 100,000 performers or participants, either I guess behind the scenes or performing. I mean, that looks like a fucking lot of people right there. This gives you a look at what it looks like. This is in the biggest stadium in the world. Look, boss, denounce. Look at that. Oh shit. Was that who it looks like? Yeah, it is, isn't it? Yeah, that is him. The dragon. It's amazing. Cool copy pastas. Jesus Christ. My mods are out of control. Let me see one. Well, hello there, Cinnamon. How are you today, dear comrade? Yeah, those characters don't come up on the thing. We've seen some, yeah, it's been a good stream, I gotta say. We read Red Skin, White Masks. We, of course, watched our morning cartoons. We watched Kwame Ture do a talk. Fantastic talk, by the way. We watched the questions and answers afterwards. And Comrade Dan Simpson raided the channel. So we're checking out Mass Games behind the scenes, and now this is just a little bit of Mass Games footage to see what they were all rehearsing for. That's the biggest stadium in the world. At least it was until just a couple years ago. I don't know if it still is right now, but yeah, it has been the biggest stadium in the world. By the way, I just saw this. This here, it has been reported that Burkina authorities have asked the Canadian gold mining company, Horizon Gold Corporation, to leave Burkina Faso with immediate effect. Based. Anti-colonial asset seizure engaged. Red Falcon. Look. Horizon Gold Corporation. Mmm. Isn't that just delicious? Look at that. Love to see it. It was great. We actually listened to a little bit of a speech earlier. Yeah, see ya. Someone, now you gotta, someone play the yeah, see ya clip. You gotta do it now.
Yeah, see ya.
Exactly. Yeah, so that's good developments. Yes, some of their assets have been confiscated. It's still, Mayday Stadium still is the biggest stadium? Nice. Awesome. Biggest football stadium in the world. Venue has a seating capacity of 150,000. I was wrong. Roto Mayday Stadium. The venue was opened in public in 1989. Host some of North Koreans' football team's matches. Jesus. So the next closest one is Narendra Modi Stadium, 132,000. Michigan Stadium is 107,000. Beaver State College, Pennsylvania. Interesting. Yeah, So there you go. It's still the biggest stadium. And like I said, that performance is like... that performance is like 100,000 participants in the actual performance itself. Which is absolutely mind-boggling to think about. As a Canadian, I check out Beaver State there. Yeah, isn't that wild? They really just sang. That's awesome. Love to see that. So tomorrow we're gonna watch Ukraine on Fire. Of course, in the morning we always watch the travel log, Chinese tourists and DPRK, and then we watch the Squirrel and Hedgehog, which ended on another cliffhanger with a bunch of weasels arriving on Flower Hill with a suitcase. A mysterious suitcase. No, but it didn't look good though. Seriousness. It looked pretty dire, actually. Right, we're gonna raid somebody, but before I do, I also want to remind everybody to bookmark Iskra Books if you haven't already. I'm a contributing editor over here, but that's not why I'm telling you to bookmark it. I'm telling you to bookmark it because look at all these fantastic reads on here. The dark Irish revolutionary writings. You know you want to get yourself some of that in your brain. You got Neo-Capitalism according to Michael Coussard. I personally recommend, of course, Socialist Education in Korea and Collected Works of Stalin, Volume 1. And, you know, if you go to Peaceland, Issue 1, you can find me. I'm in some of these. But look, these got lots of nice little reads in them as well. All sorts of different articles. Sort of like a working class journal. And look, it's your boy back here. Talking about Juche. Your Lucerda book is arriving today, Cinnamon? Ooh, that's exciting. Can't wait. Yeah, I mentioned earlier when I was where was it? I saw that the translator of the book mentioned about getting his hardcover copy. And it just looks absolutely gorgeous right here. The inside of the jacket. And I did mention to the translator that I was going to read it on stream. And that we'll have to let him know when we're reading it on stream. So now we're sort of committed to reading Lucerda's Stalin History and Critique of a Black Legend on stream, I guess. So there you go. Make sure you follow along for that. And also don't forget we have the challenge right now. Where if you comrades can get me to 100,000 labor vouchers by the end of the month, which is 15 days away now, you'll force me to play this awful game
on the last voyage of the Demeter
of pure pain for 2 hours, which is called Getting Over It. You're like a guy in a cauldron, and you have to try and make it up this mountain using only your hammer. And any wrong small move will send you back hours and hours of progress potentially. And not only that, as you can see on this channel, I have crowd control, which means you comrades will be able to come in then, spend your labor vouchers, and exchange it for crowd control points to also affect the game directly. I have no idea what that actually means, but
it was empowering.
I can only imagine that it will be horrible for me.
Why did I make this? This horrible hike up an
you're gonna hate me
mountain.
so much by the end of the game.
I could have made something you would have liked. A game that was empowering, that would save
So
your
this
progress
is
and
it.
inch you steadily forward.
If you comrades get me to
Some success is
100,000 by the
delicious.
end of the
That would
month,
have been
15
wise.
days,
Instead, I must confess this isn't
I
nice.
play this 2 hours, and you can control the
it's
game
capricious.
as well.
It sets setbacks
I'll throw
for the
that
ambitious.
in as well.
It lacks lenience. It's bracing and inhumane. But not everyone's the same. I created this game for a certain kind of person. To hurt them.
It's right up my alley. Yeah, so as you notice, I have crowd control on here. So you comrades will be able to affect actually what's happening in the game, in addition to making me suffer just from me playing the game. So, and by the way, if I stream this weekend, I will be doing probably maybe another crowd control Zelda, which is, you know, a Link to the Past. All the items are randomized, but you can come in and control what happens in the game as well. That might happen. Just keep your eyes open in case it does. And tomorrow we're going to be watching Ukraine on Fire. Highly informative. I don't bring undue suffering to my comrades. I appreciate the trap though. To be fair, it's not undue suffering because when it comes to video games, I'm a masochist and I kind of like it. Don't you want me to like it? You want me to like it. I'm going to also leave you with a little quote here before we go to Rob. I have said that all the repeatedly powerful reactionaries are merely paper tigers. The reason is that they are divorced from the people. Look, was not Hitler a paper tiger? Was Hitler not overthrown? I also said that of the Tsar of Russia, the Emperor of China, and Japanese imperialism. We're all paper tigers. As we know, they were all overthrown. US imperialism has not yet been overthrown, and it has the atom bomb. I believe it also will be overthrown. It too is a paper tiger. Now. Thank you all so much for joining me. Thank you so much for the support today. Very much means a lot to me. And, you know, it keeps me going on not just the stream, but over at Iskra Books and all the other work I do as well. Hope you come join me tomorrow because we're going to be watching Ukraine on Fire, as well as our morning cartoons and, you know, our usual routine. Appreciate all you comrades. Give Rob our Juche gang salute when we get in there. Bye, comrades.
On to this sick individual, and I found this.
Larry, hello.